Hello! Can you hear me now? Am I coming through now? Oh lordy. Oh Lord Almighty. Please, please work. Ah! Yes! Yes, yes, yes. I think there's like a 15 or so second latency here. The audio is crackled. Ah, lordy. Hold on. I'll fix that. Which audio is crackled? Is it the game audio or me? Is it the game audio or me, guys? Which is crackled? Because I think I can fix that too. I may just have to see. Oh, this must be such a wonderful stream to be listening to. Me here, just configuring audio. All right, how's it looking now? I think I fixed it. And if not, well, then that's just kind of what it is. Can't chase this forever. Oh, okay. Now I can't hear anything though. This is super weird. Oh, that explains it. Guys, I'm kind of an idiot. For some reason, my computer wants to pick up my laptop as wants to pick up my microphone as the output device. Anyways, we're going to get started if everyone thinks the audio levels here are fine. How are we doing? No. Yes. Okay, new game. That must be something wrong with my microphone.
Welcome back to Behind the Hero. Tonight's heroes are the duo who recently restored peace and order to our galaxy, Ratchet and Clank. So, gentlemen, tell us about your latest incredible adventures.
Well, as you can imagine, we've been pretty busy. After Drek's defeat, there were parades, press conferences, fancy dress balls.
And the wiener roast at Al's.
Oh yeah, that. And then things started to slow down a bit. After that, well...
There was the grand opening at Groovy Lube.
Right. I think that was last week.
6 months ago.
We're still pretty busy, but in a more, domestic sense.
Yesterday, I flushed out my radiator core.
I guess no one needs a hero right now.
Miss Noodlebottom, I found our man. Welcome.
What the...
I'm Abercrombie Fizzwidget, founder of the Megacorp Company in the Vogon Galaxy.
Bogon?
I'm sorry to incapacitate you, but our entire galaxy is in a very precocious situation. I must humbly request your sustenance on a mission of dire urgitude, a mission of superfluous peril, a mission of unequivocal imperitude.
Did that make any sense?
So, you need me to go on a dangerous mission in another galaxy.
Indubitably. A few days ago, this top-secret biological experiment was stolen from our testing laboratory by this dupliferous criminal mastermind, and I need you to get the experiment back.
We'll do it!
We will?
Frank, I have
I'm back,
precipitated
I'm back.
recalcitrance and have made special improvisations for you.
Sorry, you guys, did you hear any of what I was saying? Did any of that come through?
And our state-of-the-art robotic
Deal.
Oh lordy, did any of that come through to you guys?
While in transit to the Vogon Galaxy,
This is
you will undergo
embarrassing.
heavy training and conditioning, including martial arts, heavy weaponry, survival skills, stealth, macrame, ballroom dance, and origami. We've used bipolar vector regurgitation to track the thief's
Oh,
location
no, this is,
to a flying base in Sector 7. It knows the feeling place and retrieve the experiment.
No, I was yapping. I was talking all the way through this cutscene. I was ragging on James Arnold Taylor. I was giving deep insights into the way these games are made. No, so basically what I said was that the guy who voiced Ratchet 1 was not brought Ratchet in Ratchet 1 was not brought back for this game. They swapped it out to James Arnold Taylor, who is the animated go-to for Obi-Wan. And he does a good job as Obi-Wan. He does a good job as Ratchet too. Oh no, we gotta invert these camera controls. Not here. Right. There we go. Yeah, he does a good job as Obi-Wan, but I think the original guy was the superior Ratchet. Alright then, just gonna casually use the new strafing mechanic we've been given, which I'm a big fan of, even though it kind of cripples boss design, because this is what fighting every boss will come to look like. We'll just be running around. So this is a no damage stream that I'm doing. Oh, Ratchet feels a bit floatier than I remember. No damage, no death stream. No hitting that box, apparently. This is the beginning level. We're just gonna go mosey on over. That's the proto pet for Mr. Fizzwidget. Seems simple enough. I really like the environmental design here. I never noticed it when I played this game as a kid because my CRT TVs were so lousy. Here we have the enemies. These are just flat textures, but I still think it's pretty cool. Here, this door is really fun. If you have the charge boots and you zoom right in, then the door will open and the gun will be pointed at us while we're trying to fetch the protopet. Because there is an invisible wall here, which Ratchet will cross in the cutscene, and you'll see, it's there. And then the door opens, but if you can charge fast enough, then you can actually open the door and have him pointing the gun at Ratchet all the way through the cutscene. It's really funny.
Nice try. Give my regards to Megacorp.
Taking the protopet.
finish.
I really like this guy's design. Well, this guy's design. This is a bit of a spoiler. I'm not going to reveal what's going on. Oops. This game really feels a lot floatier than it. But yeah, so this is a game. The Ratchet games, these are games that I played just too much when I was young. And I've intuited a lot of weird knowledge about them over the years. How they work under the hood, etc. And I'm just really excited to be sharing some of that stuff with you. I love these guys. Sucks for less.
Right.
But let's let the cutscene play out.
Security.
You bring the cash, we'll bring the thrash.
Good. I need your best men to meet me at these.
Everyone
coordinates.
enjoying themselves in chat? These dudes look like Ratchet's armor in Deadlocked. Yeah, a bit. I really like Deadlock. Deadlock is the sort of black sheep of the family. I think Deadlock is an amazing finish to the original series of games, which started with Ratchet being super... He was really vapid and materialistic in the original game. Those of you who watched the stream last year will remember. But the whole arc of that game is Ratchet sort of coming to learn that the hyper-manufactured world he sees on TV isn't actually real, and that he has to... Yeah, like that's basically what the story is about. And his crisis of character comes about when he's being betrayed by everybody, and he just kind of becomes jaded and cynical and sick of everything and everyone. Like Holden Caulfield, literary fans will remember that one. I really don't like this setup here because as you can see, no damage taken thus far. I've beaten every one of these guys. And sure, I don't have any ammo, but I have a wrench. I could do this. I hate when games do this. I could easily take care of two of these guys. I get that they need to get Ratchet out of there, but I think it would have been better if maybe just the platform collapsed or something. But anyway, the first game's arc ends with Ratchet sort of learning to appreciate the non-material things in life. This game begins because Ratchet is just bored and he wants to have another adventure, and it's kind of he's accidentally working for the bad guy for the beginning of the game.
Ratchet
And I really,
checking in, sir.
I think that's such a fun
Congratulations. I
setup
didn't
for
expect
it.
to hear from you
The third
again,
game, I don't think is very
There
thematically
was a
strong,
slight
but the fourth
problem.
game, Deadlocked,
The thief escaped with
it
the
closes out the
experiment,
trilogy
and I have no idea where
really
he was
well
headed.
with
Not to
Ratchet.
worry. I just received a mission which
That final
may
confrontation
lubricate
between
the
him and
matter.
Vox, where Vox is promising him all the merchandise and commercials and all that crap, cereal, I believe, and Ratchet saying, "Nah, I don't want that." I think that's such a beautiful arc for this character. And then they made those future games, which are good, but I think they are lesser games.
That's my wallet. Could you care this?
The disconnect between player characters, story character, you're like, come on, I could have done that. Yeah, well, I could have done that. I could have easily done that.
Forgot your change.
But yeah, keeping in line with the hyper-materialistic theme of the first game, the villain
For
of
a map,
the villain in the
press
first part of
select
this game
for R3.
is that dude who stole the protopet. And he has hired some goons called Thugs for Less, which I think is pretty funny. It's one of those things that I didn't register as a joke when I was a kid, but now I think it's pretty funny. He's hired those guys to, if I remember, I think he's just hired them as goons to do his dirty work.
You're at full health,
Goons
so
to
you
do
don't need
his
the
dirty
medic.
work while he's trying to sabotage. Well, okay, spoiler alert. While she's trying to sabotage Megacorp, which is very on the nose name for this company.
Your maximum run attack has increased. Defeat more enemies to increase it further.
Yeah. I love this level. It's such a good, visually very nice looking. The enemies are really well designed. It also includes this weird scripted segment where we're constantly saving the professor guy, but we don't actually need to do it, and you kind of have to go out of your way to do it, so you might have easily just missed it. I think it's a fun inclusion,
Press
but I
triangle
don't
to
get
interrupt
why
messages.
spend the resources
Pause
into
and
that.
select options to disable them permanently.
This is the game with the retcon Lombax. Oh yes, this is the one. I really... it's... You wouldn't think that they'd have a Lombax be a prominent character in this game, and then 3 games later or whatever, be like, oh, there's no other Lombaxes in the entire galaxy. But Insomniac decided to be brave. Come on, come on. Do it. Do it. Nope. So you see what I'm talking about with how strafing kind of... Oh no! No! Okay everyone, so this is my no death live stream of Ratchet. That's it going Commando. I can't believe I was hit by that. But yeah, you see how that how strafing kind of breaks the boss designs. Because we're constantly just flipping around rather than maneuvering in interesting ways. I do think the strafing is very interesting though. It makes the combat play a lot better because you can actually take control over where Ratchet is looking and where you're pointing to it. But I do think the bosses should have been reconfigured somewhat to accommodate for it. But I've played this game like 70 times or something from beginning to end, so maybe I'm just a bit too familiar with it.
To center the...
I hope the clicking and clacking of my... Come on, man. This is supposed to be a clean run. The clicking and clacking, I hope it isn't coming through. What happens if I die? I'll delete the channel. That's what happens. If I die, no, he just respawns at the last checkpoint. I just wanted to, I wasn't going for a challenge run other than just trying to look cool, but I suppose couldn't get that done. Alright, so we'll be coming back here later to fight an optional boss when we get the Magna Boots. But for now, we are headed for the casino planet. Oh well, we're getting the info to get to the casino planet.
Ratchet, come in.
But we won't be going there just yet. I'm gonna get the tractor beam so we can
I
get
have
to
some new
Endico.
information on our experiment's wherewithal. The thief was indemnified at Megacorp's Mactar Resort. Also, the thugs
The
have towed a
Mactar Resort,
moon-sized
it's
jamming
called.
array into
Oh,
Mactar
here's
Resort
something
orbit.
fun.
Should I
I'm gonna
take it
turn on
out?
the subtitles
Fabulous.
after this cutscene and ends.
Confabulating our annual Galactic Gladiators broadcast. See for yourself.
Ask yourself, are you man enough, hero enough, insane enough to step into the ring with 2 of the fiercest warriors in the galaxy? If you answered yes, you're a big, fat liar. But that's okay, because Megacorp is bringing Galactic Gladiators into your home for a special Mega View event. First, it's survival of the fittest in our Bayou competition. Be there as Chainblade. Unleash his fury on our Gladiator guest contestants. Chainblade has gone undefeated in 500 straight matches. But if the Bio Division doesn't do it for you, our Robotics Division will. Taste the adrenaline as contestants face off against our 4-armed bandit, the B2
So how am I playing today? Emulator, PS3 or PS2?
No living
I have a
creatures
crazy
match for
setup
this
going.
machine.
I am
Watch 6 tons of
playing the game on
carbon
PlayStation
alloy
3,
prey.
but
There's
my
no
Elgato
consolation
streaming
prize,
device
'cause this
doesn't
bad
want to
boy's
pick it up
programmed to show
for...
no mercy.
There's some piracy
So what are
protection
you waiting
built
for?
into the
Call out a ring
PS3,
Chainblade and the B2
so I have to
baller into your
run it
living room.
through an
But put away
HDMI
the
splitter.
fine china.
So I have
Galactic
3
Gladiators,
HDMI
only on
cables
Mega
running right
Call your
now.
provider now.
Chainblade, huh? I've got the coordinates. Ratchet out.
Look at how determined Ratchet is. He's like super earnestly trying to do a good job for his boss. But But okay, I'm gonna do something cool. I'm gonna turn on subtitles. Keep pressing circle. Oops! I can't! They locked the subtitles behind beating the game once! I'm not kidding. This was somebody's genius idea. I don't know how you do that.
To view.
It's ridiculous. Oh, no. This no-hit run of mine is completely collapsed. Like, level 1, guys. They're locked behind beating the game? Who does that? Some crazy person working at Insomniac in the early 2000s does that, I'll tell you what.
You've acquired nanotech.
I think this must have
Your
been
health has improved.
somebody like late into development must have accidentally flipped the wrong variable and they just couldn't fix it before release. But then the game has been re-released so many times. You're like, why isn't this just been patched out? I love those flowers. I'm not gonna be going for a lot of secret stuff like the titanium or platinum bolts or whatever because I don't care about that. I'll be getting all the gadgets though, I think. So I won't be traveling all the way to these Loch Ness monsters here. Favorite Ratchet and Clank game? You're looking at it, baby. I think Ratchet 1 has the best story. But I think gameplay-wise, this is the best we ever got. I also think the level variety here is the best in the entire series. I think the third game is the only one I think surpasses this one in the weapons. I think it's pretty easy actually, because it takes the best weapons out of this game and makes them better. Ratchet fans will remember the lava gun and how they destroy it in this game with the new weapon upgrade mechanic. And Ratchet 4, I think Ratchet 4 is probably the best tuned combat, but it's so different because you're not really incorporating platforming into your combat like you are here. Here's another cutscene.
Welcome. If everyone could take their seats, we can proceed with today's demonstration. First, I'll need a volunteer. Anyone?
The tractor beam.
Excellent.
The tractor
Your
beam.
name, sir?
Ratchet.
Hey! And there you have it. The Megacorp tractor beam in action. Let's give it up for our volunteer. Sir, how about taking advantage of our show special? Thank you, sir. You won't be disappointed.
Very cool.
The tractor beam moves small and...
I don't need the help. So, there is a bolt up there I could get, but like I said, I'm not really interested in spending too much time here. But yeah, this is something that I really like about the new strafing mechanic, is that enemies like to shoot slow-moving rockets at us, and... there we go. Oh, here we go. They like to shoot slow-moving rockets at us, and with the incorporation of strafing, we can now actually flip over them while maintaining Ratchet in the action. So it's a really cool system where they've managed to incorporate the platforming really tightly into the combat. And Ratchet Gladiator, it does away with Clank, so our mobility is kind of hindered. But the weapons, I think, are much more focused to what sort of experience they were going for, whereas here it's more experimental, I guess. Big fan, have a nice day. Hey, you have a nice day too, Balsori. There we have Clank's girlfriend, well, his secret admirer.
Yes, may I help you?
Oh no. Uh-oh. Watch out, Clank. He's wearing a little towel. Nice. They gave her a voice in Ratchet 3. There's a cut scene where she's like, Clank! I can't do her voice. She has like a weird Jersey accent or something, and it completely contradicts the kind of sweet, sugary personality they give her here. Because she's kind of, I think she's just kind of nagging him or something. But okay, so I love the ship combat in this game. I think this is some of the best ship combat in any video game. And I think every subsequent ship combat they ever did in these Ratchet games pales in comparison to this. But I will say something. You can't just be stationary, because the enemies are always coded to go into your line of sight, as you can see. So you just have to kind of do a little bit of this so that their shots don't hit you. And then the game will assist you by just putting them into your crossfire. But like it's if you want the more dedicated challenge, you just have to kind of go for it, you know? Probably shouldn't be goofing off. I'm not very good at this, and I have another wave. Probably. I also think the lock-on time for our missiles is way too long. Jak and Daxter or Ratchet and Clank? Okay, so this is one for the ages. I will say Ratchet and Clank because I played those games more. But this is also a very personal question because Ratchet and Clank, this is a series of games I was associated with my mother because she and I would play these games a lot. Whereas Jak and Daxter, that was something I associated with my father. So it's hard for me to pick a favorite. It's like which do you like better? But Ratchet is better. The Jak games, however, are really interesting because they began as kind of hybrids of Crash Bandicoot and Ocarina of Time, I guess, where it's just like adventure platforming games. And the combat is really weak in the first game. It's just punching and spinning in circles or whatever. And then, in the second game, they decided to do sort of a revamp of how the games worked because Grand Theft Auto 3 had come out. And they basically turned Jak into a new Grand Theft Auto clone. But they kept the crazy deep movement mechanics. So it's like Jak 2. It's like a Grand Theft Auto game with the movement variety, movement depth, I should say. I'm silencing my phone here. Of a super detailed platformer, and it's really weird. But I really like those games too. Do not disturb. Let's put this on for, let's say 6 hours. Alright, we're at the Maktar Resort, everyone. One of the best levels in the game. This guy here is a good example of what I was talking about, where they incorporated platforming in... See, this. How they incorporate platforming into the... How they strafing incorporate it. Look at it. Look at it. Maybe it's not such a good example of it after all. Okay, so... Right now... going to go to another one of my favorite planets, Super Mario Galaxy fans. This guy. Super Mario Galaxy fans will be in absolute awe at how shamelessly Nintendo ripped off Ratchet with this one. But I probably shouldn't be hyping it up for once because there's still a ways to go. Can you move? I hope you're doing good and have fun going Commando. I'm not going Commando behind the scenes. I'm actually weirdly well dressed up because I had to go out a few minutes ago. A few minutes before I started the stream. But usually, I always find it funny when I do like those commentary videos or whatever where I'm talking about like, oh, here's Silent Hill and James's psychological manifestation or whatever. And usually when I say these things, I'm just wearing like my silk pajamas, which I bought off of eBay. No, I bought them off Amazon or something. But yeah, I think that's really funny. The sort of juxtaposition between how serious it communicates to the audience versus how low quality it is on the other side. But only what comes through comes through. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, this game has one of those, this is a mechanic that I've never understood, which is you can center the camera behind the character. I don't understand why this mechanic exists in a lot of games that have it, because it seems so unnecessary for like, it maybe makes a bit more sense here, but if you've ever played, for example, Dark Souls, there's no reason for that mechanic to be there. It's just, it's only going to ever be used when you can't hit a lock-on, and then you're accidentally going to move the camera, and you're just kind of gonna screw yourself with a new camera angle. Oh, come on. There we go. I'm gonna take this super galactic limousine to the Thugs for Less jamming array. The audience imagining he said in a suit and tie with a microphone and he just sat in your jammies. Yeah.
To disable the jamming.
That's often the way it is. Marlon Brando, famously, he would just like, he was a crazy person. He would just wear like, I don't know what he wore, I can't give you an exact example, but if the frame
to destroy the
would be maybe above his chest, then he'd just be wearing polka dot tidy whities or something.
Press select
so this level,
R3.
I'm a big fan of. And there's another one of these levels in this game, and there are two more in Ratchet 3, which I'll play next year. And this is what I was joking about Mario having stolen from Ratchet. Obviously, Mario Galaxy is a bit different from this, but I still think it's funny. I also think it's funny that they coded the weapon animations differently. Notice how it follows the orbit of the planet rather than going straight. That would have taken some extra code, but that's the extra work they put into these PlayStation 2 platformers. Yeah, hello, I'm not talking. Hello. Oh, I don't like that. It looks like my heavy lancer's shots dissipate before they can fully destroy that thing. Anyway, next we have to go here. My routing through this level is impeccable. I really should have had something to eat before I started streaming, but whatever. Terrible at these sorts of planets. I always got horribly lost running in circles. Well, you probably knew this, so I'm not telling you anything new. But here's how the maps work here. I love this. This is so good. I wish there was a Ratchet game that just had these sorts of levels. And maybe you know, you have to make them a bit bigger. But I think this is so cool. Hey, you remember when I said my routing through the planet was impeccable? Turns out I was wrong. I was so wrong. This is so suboptimal. Speedrunners everywhere are cringing right now. There we go. The map just make you more confused. Yeah, well. It is what it is, I guess. So the reason I'm going through here is because... Wait a minute, this is the way to... Barlow? Oh no, I may have just... I hate that. Look at this. If I land under it, I can still go... land under the platform, I can still maneuver myself away from it while in air, and I keep the upwards momentum from the jump pad. Yeah, this no damage run is just collapsed.
Good work, my boy. You are proving to be invaluable in this underwear. Anywho, it appears the thief is now under the protection of thugs for less. But I may have found a way for you to insinuate their operation.
Is it dangerous?
No. Actually, yes, it is.
Good.
Take a look at
Yeah,
this.
Ratchet. Look at that. Look at that early 2000s edge Ratchet had. Compare him to that weepy nerd we have in the current games.
Before I became a desert rider, I didn't fit in anywheres. I had low self-esteem, bad breath, and a thing for ladies' undergarments. But these guys understand me. They really do.
Yeah, I'm just here for the bake sales. Oh yeah, I also make these cute gloves for all the guys.
So if you've got what it takes, use this temporary membership to enter the most grueling hoverbike race in the galaxy.
Hey, when is the Silent Hill 4 analysis coming out? I'm not sure. I'm currently working on the Sekiro video. That's taking quite a bit of time.
So I just had to pull a few
I
strings.
think I may dip
Contract
from
me as
YouTube
soon as
for
you
a
get
couple of
more
months to just
indignation.
complete the
Fizz
prototype
widget?
for my game, and then come back. I don't know if I'll jump right into the Silent Hill 4 commentary. I have some reservations about making that into a commentary right now, because I think the way it plays lends itself very poorly to being watched, because there's so much weird backtracking in it and area reuse that I'm not quite a fan of. But, you know, if I made that into a commentary, I would probably shorten it somewhat. So rather than be 4-something hours like the ones for 2 and 3, it'd probably be like 2.5 hours or something. We can get a skill point if we gamble correctly. Can I do it? Gambling is not cool, kids. But I don't have the numbers in front of me. But if you just want to make money, obviously this is not the optimal way to do it. But the investment will always pay out. So if you just keep gambling, eventually you'll blow up all the registers. You will make some money before the end, though. The odds are so stacked in your favor. Which completely breaks the completely breaks my immersion. I can't buy that this is a real casino where people just win. Or maybe Ratchet is just really lucky. Here we go. Yeah, I've died and gone to nerd heaven. This guy would never say that. This guy would wetchy that new Ratchet. He would have no energy for him. Oh hey, this is an upgrade zone too. Ta-da! Yeah, you just keep spamming them down. I keep knocking them out. Really poor performance here from the Touch for Less crew. Alright, you know what? I'm not doing this.
Jump between walls by jumping toward a wall and pressing X again as you hit it.
And And yeah, the Silent Hill 4 is very different. It is very good though. There are so many interesting things that game does. The gamification of horror and personal space that I really think the industry should look at and maybe try to mimic. Because whenever you look at like, and I don't wanna blast but I think there is way too many indie games where like some mental illness is a guy that tries to help you. I think that there are like that was interesting when Silent Hill 2 did it, but that was also almost 20 years ago. No, that was more than 20 years ago, in fact. And I'm at a point right now where I think that you need to gamify this in some different way. And I think Silent Hill 4 is much more valuable to people if they want to construct a new horror game, because it has so many different ideas. Some which work, some which don't.
If he can make it past all of our gladiators, he'll take home this brand new.
Alright, this is the dynamo. I hate this thing so much. I hate the trespass. No, not the trespasser. What's the other one called? We get later on. The other one. So these are lock mechanics or key picking mechanics. Gadgets, I should say. And I don't like them. I'll explain better when I'm actually using it. Right now I'm in the gladiator games. And I really like these. I think they probably would not have worked in Ratchet 1 because the combat is really not optimized for these sorts of encounters. Again, just because we don't have strafing. But here it makes a lot of sense. And I actually think the combat is strong enough that we could have had way more tools than we currently do. They added onto this with Ratchet 3. I think that was another cool utility of this, because they also had platforming challenges in that one. And the sort of arena combat level they had there. But I feel like that level is just so uninteresting because you just fly directly into a port, which takes you to these gladiator games, whereas here it's like a big casino planet.
Congratulations on winning the electrolyzer!
Oh, this is the electrolyzer. This isn't the dynamo. I had the dynamo earlier.
Choose your battle!
Chain Blade,
everyone's favorite gladiator. He slices, he dices, and carves up a main dish. Please welcome Chain Blade.
So now I'm teaching you a bit of actual speedrunning mechanics here. The enemy will lose more health if you poke your gun inside of their model while you shoot. So compare the damage I do now. Sit down, man. To the damage I'm doing now.
I can't believe it. Chain Blade has been defeated.
Pretty cool, right?
You are the winner.
There we go.
Choose a battle and win a prize.
30 enemies in 30 seconds. No Beetle Crawler. No, I don't have.
See you later.
Good enough stats to do this. Okay, so here's the electrolyzer. My issue with this, as you will see, is that there's no way to speed this up. You just have to wait for the nodes, for the little blips to go to the nodes, and you have to flip them. And I don't like this because it just pads out the runtime of the game. Here we go. Now we're going to get Endaco, and then we're going to get Clank, and finally I'll be able to move like a real
this
man.
would make a nice souvenir for Clank. Yeah! Hey!
You have no idea what you're involved in. Return to your old galaxy.
This is a very special device he's created to contain Torture Clank there. Just FYI.
This will happen. Farewell.
Oh no, hold on. I'm not gone. I just have to fetch my charging for my laptop.
Oh.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Plugged in now, ready to go. There's another one of these lousy electrolyzer puzzles we have to solve. And you're looking at this and you go, oh, well, this isn't so bad. It's just like a little break from the combat. What's wrong with this? It gets grating when you're replaying the game 10 times. It just becomes annoying. You want to remove this to smooth out the experience a bit.
You want to earn lots of
Right then. I keep getting so worried that my audio is going to clip out because I can only look at the chat like every minute or so. Barlow, no Endaco, baby. Interestingly though, as much as I like Ratchet, and as much as I like Jack, I have no strong feelings about Sly Cooper whatsoever. I don't think he quite stacks up to the standard set here. Okay, so I really like this, how they contextualize the enemies as just being trash pickup. And you have to destroy to get the barrier down, to advance, you have to just litter.
Peekaboo!
Left leader. Here is an optional door. No. I thought that was one of those doors you can get to have the other key to get later on again. I'll come back there. That was not worth it. Oh, come on, man. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. And I'll be buying some new weapons soon, don't you worry. I know this is getting pretty repetitive. I just don't want to spend my bolts buying subpar weaponry.
Greetings, morons. Since my employees did such a lousy job of taking care of you,
This guy.
I thought I'd
He
come
makes a
and handle
reappearance
things
in the
myself.
Secret Agent Clank
This is
PSP
gonna
game.
hurt you a lot more than it's gonna hurt me.
I really like that. Because he's one of those characters with... I could very easily imagine a Ratchet 5 where we have to sort of, like, where he, much like Quark, yeah, he's just one of the good guys now. He's kind of a scumbag, and Ratchet and he don't really get along, but they kind of have to work together. But he doesn't show up again, and I think that's so sad, because I really like this character.
Backup! I need backup!
Maybe you can make a short video on Silent Hill 4 to cover the key concept and your general thoughts on it to keep us appeased in the meantime. I think the next time I make a Silent Hill video, it will just be a commentary. Did everybody see that? Oh no. Segment, no. Oh, I can't show you it again. So, the PS3 version of these games has a lot of flops. Like in that cutscene, the slingshot, which we now have on our hand, it was clipping inside of another slingshot. And when it gets to Ratchet 3, you'll be able to see that Ratchet's helmets are always way too big for his little head. It's ridiculous. crazed Lombax destroys cute cleanup robots, just trying to do their job and get rid of the trash. Yeah. Like, Ratchet is not the good guy in this game, people. I know this is problematic,
To center
but
the camera, tap L1.
my dreaded portion of this part of the map. So many puzzles. I think the puzzles in these games are most interesting when they are just incorporated into the environmental design. So, platforming you remember in Ratchet 1 we had the Metropolis fitness course? That's the stuff I think this game excels at. And I think for locks, and these sorts of key puzzles, the only one I've ever liked is the one from the first game, because it doesn't slow the game down. If you know the solution, you just put the solution in. Here, you have to wait for it to sort of come together. Terrible. But this is much better than the hacker from Ratchet 3. That thing is a blight on that game. Boom. Yeah, so this was never a no damage run. It's a no death run. I think we can live with that. Buy so many different weapons. I'm also going to be talking with you guys about what I consider to be good weapon design and bad weapon design later on. Because this is, like, I can't stress that I've ruminated over the minutia of these games more so than there's any reason to. And I have a really deep sort of philosophical conceptualization of what these games ought to be. To all the naysayers, like, you're beginning to see how these electrolyzer puzzles, they begin to stack up. I hope you're noticing. Okay, so this is fun. Come on, man. Come on, man, don't do this to me. I'm trying to show the people. Look at this. This is really fun. First, we're dropping blowing up crate. I don't know why they need this, but it makes for a good puzzle, I guess. Now we can get out. Then we need to raise one crate on the other side here and drop a dynamite crate on that one. There's also a platinum or titanium bolt, which we can get by doing this. Not here, on the other island. This is a trespasser, or whatever it's called, area. Here, we can do it, but I'm not interested in the collectibles this time around, so I'm not doing it. Oh, wait a minute. I don't need... Oh, this is... I didn't need the, need the dynamite crate. Whatever. Oh, I'm also going to show you something cool you can do to glitch the game out. It's really funny. Oh boy, I sure hope nobody ambushes me. Me being Ratchet, I should definitely have my eye open for these things. Anyway, oh no, it's Clank. Better
Clank?
save him.
Okay, Clank, don't move. I'm coming down.
Where? Where?
Whoa!
From where? He was hanging around in the corner?
All right, buddy.
She was hanging
Let's
around
get you
in
up
the
and
corner?
running again.
Okay, so this is the good shit right here. Alright? Oh no, I failed. Hold on guys, I need to exit. No, hold on, I need to exit again. I'm gonna show this to you. Look at that! Look at that! He's hacking it with his wrench? Ridiculous. This one is good though, because you can just, every time you hear one of the notes connect, you just flip it. Ta-da!
Final digit of pi is...
Clank?
It's a hilarious math
Clank,
joke.
can you hear me?
Ratchet? Where are we? I must have dozed off.
Don't sweat it. Let's just
to the point
find
that
a
are
way
called the
out of
original
here.
releases, the high definition ones.
I believe
Yeah,
that
there's
air
so
duct may
many
offer
little
only way
weird
out.
bugs in the PS3 re-releases. I'm really happy for them because I don't know if I could stream this
To
through my
glide, jump,
PS2.
then hold X while in midair.
But it's like you couldn't have done a better job. This is like the definitive PlayStation 2 franchise with Sony. You couldn't have done a better job.
To control microbots, hold triangle and select
Meanwhile,
command.
the Jack games got a PS4 release as well. What? Favoritism. Absolute favoritism. They probably did. Oh no, boys. Don't run into this. Now you. Yeah, I think that was like
Bridgebot
Naughty.
acquired.
Sony. They have like big favoritism towards Naughty Dog. Even though, hot take, Insomniac is a much more interesting studio. There. But yeah, there's so many weird little
Lifterbot acquired.
graphical
Visit to
issues. The
lift
game
large
runs
blocks.
fine. I don't think I've ever encountered like an actual game-breaking bug they've introduced, but just weird visual stuff, like in the cutscene earlier, how Clank's eyelid was sort of peeking through his eye for some reason. It's like, I don't remember this in the original release. I forgot which lockpick minigame it was from which game. All I know is they were all lame. No, the one in the first game was great. I loved that one. So me and my uncle, we used to play these games together, and he was not capable of solving that puzzle, and we would have to trade, like we would have to switch it up which one was playing, because we only had one copy of the game. But every time those lockpicks sections came up, he was unable to solve them, and I had to step in. So I got to play the game much more than he did. And then I just kept playing. He was like, "Can I get the controller back?" I was like, "No, not yet."
Way to go, Clank!
Nothing to it.
You did great. Now, let's go
They
get
would have
that
had to spend a lot of
experiment
time fixing the PS3 port for sure. Yeah,
All
like I think
missions completed on this planet.
it's
Search other planets
fine.
for available
Like I
missions.
wish these graphical bugs weren't here,
To
but
jump long
like
distances,
I'm only
right.
half serious when I'm crying so much about it because
To
in the
glide over
end, like
gaps, press X.
there's it's fine. Right? I just need to play. It's like the Dark Souls remaster. You can
Clank
point to a
also
lot
comes-
of weird sort of graphical hiccups, like how the visor Oscar has on his helmet now has a reflection, which it shouldn't have. It's just supposed to be like separation so that you can look out of it. But like, whatever, it's fine. They weren't given a huge amount of time to make this HD re-release, and they also had to make sure Ratchet 3 multiplayer worked too. Oh my god, that definitely explains it. They had to... I hate how the multiplayers crippled these games. Forceful introduction of multiplayer in these PS2 games. The only bug I really notice consistently is the plasma whip upgraded to level 3 onwards. Repeatedly loops its unsheathing sound, and it's really annoying. Oh, I never noticed that. I'll check it out when we play Ratchet 3 next year. Alright, so now we're getting into buying some new weapons. This weapon is really uninteresting. And there's a worse version of this weapon we can get later. That is, I think that's the most popular weapon in the entire game. And I'll talk about it when we see it. I hate it. I used to love it, but now I hate it because this is not interesting. Look at the way, look at how much more dynamic I had to move and play when I didn't have this auto-aiming nonsense on. But it is a good weapon. I don't have enough. The Seeker, come on, Seeker, this. Alright, 3 hits. I like these little Chihuahua monsters. Sorry, couldn't talk. I was in the zone there. Got into a real thing. How many games have you played, Acer, in your lifetime? Hard to count. Like, I don't know. I didn't keep count. I lost count, everyone. I think the number would be surprisingly low. It's probably in like 100 or something like that. It can't be that high. Ratchet 3 was the game that taught Obsidian how bad crunch can be. No. KOTOR 2 was the game that taught Obsidian how bad crunch can be. Wait, Obsidian? What am I typing? Insomnia? Yeah! Insomnia! I thought you were making a joke. Although I guess Obsidian had it rough with Fallout New Vegas. Obsidian has had it rough with every game they've ever had to make. They keep getting everybody's shit jobs. Look at that. Look at that tactical launch I did there. So this game handles momentum really weirdly. And if you are ever in the speedrunning circles and you like looking at that, the Ratchet games are really interesting to take a look at. So, my understanding is that... okay. Let me clear out these enemies and then I'll do showcase. What happens when I push forwards is that Ratchet has his own physics object, and I am adding momentum to that physics object. But that what happens when you start slinging a bunch of stuff together is that the physics isn't perfectly coded to deal with it. So, like, I got shot up there. So I'll show you here. Okay, no, I couldn't do it. I'm doing a terrible job explaining it, by the way. Can't do it. I can't do it, guys. I'm so bad at these games. But there is a way to keep this just helicoptering forwards motion going for a really long time. And if you do it, you can get up to crazy speeds that the game was never designed to be played at. Like, I don't have to fight these guys. I can just shoot my way over there if I can build up enough speed. I was a little confused about whether I'd fallen into a timeline where Obsidian made the Ratchet and Clank games. I think they'd make a fun Ratchet and Clank game. I actually think that incorporating more NPC interactive role-playing systems, whatever, would work a lot for Ratchet and Clank, because these games are all about going into these weird planets and meeting all the weird people.
So fresh
Speaking of which,
days. Oh, don't feel bad. I guess I'm just old-fashioned about that sort of thing.
I wonder if
Did you know that I've
the
been
game is going to register my Ratchet and Clank 1 save profile, and I'll be able to get a couple of free weapons. Hey, yeah. All right. Hey, no, what? Hey, no. Oh. I don't want any of those stinky weapons anymore. Alright, but this is something that I think this game does right. This is something the first game did too, where the most powerful weapon in the game, the Rhino 2, and there is some contention about whether the Rhino 2 is actually the most powerful weapon in this game. I'm just gonna tell you right now, it is, and it's not even close. But this weapon is unlockable very early on in the game. And I like that. I also like how when you're moving through the planets. I always love it when we have the ability to break up the path we navigate somewhat. And like I was saying with the role-playing stuff, I think a Ratchet role-playing game where we can sort of generate a new plot based on the order in which we navigate the planets would be a really fun would be a really fun game. And I think it's a much more logical evolution of what these games did than the hyper sort of Pixar-y cinematic experience that the future games provided.
Sensitivities?
Absolutely, sir. We just came here to race.
No free weapons for you.
You can borrow my bluebell, so long as you're gentle.
It is what
Hang in there, my brother. Bluebell is in good hands.
I couldn't get him to do the wrench again. Come on. See, like, the game promises you that you're going to do some crazy, hover biking or whatever. And now we just have to solve a puzzle. Alright, so this is actually a really fun game here. I will show you one secret bolt right here. Oh no, Acer, you've fallen into 13th place. How will you ever recover? Why, I will casually abuse the enemy's lousy racing AI. That's how I'll recover. So this is where the no death run stream is going to be put up to the test, because it's really easy to just crash and destroy yourself. Come on, guys. Embarrassing me in front of the stream viewers. I really like this racing section. I don't think it's as strong as the hover biking in the hoverboarding in Ratchet 1. Though I also oh no. I'm not counting that death. That doesn't count. This is a hover bike death. That's different. But yeah, they add weapons to the higher level races in this game, which I think makes it kind of fun and interesting, but I think I don't know what it is, I just think the hover biking is more interesting than this. And I'm also thinking that I'm not interested in repeating this race again if I don't win, so I kind of have to start focusing here. I love how terrible the cloud sprites above us are. You'll never notice these things when you're playing because you have to keep your eyes on the track. But if you're just look at the sky. Look at that. Easy. Wasn't even hard.
Great racing, buddy. Here, take this helmet so the guys
I've lost
know
count
you're
on
one
both.
of us.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Uh-oh. Incoming message from
Clank
the
got the little
boss.
helmet.
Attention all Thugs for Less employees. First of all, whatever slug brain's been eating all the choochie bars in the break room, better quit stuffing his face, or else... Hey, turn those lights off! It's bad feng shui. Ahem. Next, our
Hilarious.
space rendezvous point has been moved to, and listen up, knuckleheads, the Felsen system in Sector 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're no good with numbers, find a buddy to help you. Lastly, the company picnic is this Sunday. And don't forget to bring your own juice this time. Hey! I saw that, Cletus! You just earned yourself a
Goofing
write-up.
around, aren't they?
Don't worry. The boss only yells because he loves us.
Yes, sir. I do feel his affection.
Did you see that broadcast?
Look at that! Look at his helmet! Look at Ratchet's helmet!
About that rendezvous point.
Why is it clipping above his eyes
Might
like
intercept
that?
some
It's
stray
weird.
transmissions.
The Felton system. Oh, come on. Acer, get your head in the game. Swing shot. Oh, it's the swing shot with the slingshot. Right, so this is an example of, oh my god, I managed to freeze Ratchet there. This is okay. So it's not so much I know Death Stream anymore either. Whatever. This is an example of a puzzle challenge I think is much better in these games because this is a platformer, and I don't think doing those weird lock-picking puzzles makes any sense for what this game's core strengths is. Core strengths is are. There we go. So I like it when they break up the combat with this sort of stuff instead. Here, I can grapple and go over to a secret area, but I'm not doing that because it takes a bit of time. This is another really strong planet in this game. I think the Gadgetron from the first game, I don't quite remember the lore. It either went bankrupt or it never quite succeeded in this, the Barlow Galaxy or whatever. No, the Bogan Galaxy. Ratchet, Jesus Christ. But getting to walk through this sort of decrepit ruins of the old Gadgetron planet. This isn't the one from the first game, obviously. It's a different galaxy. But I think this is a really cool set piece, sort of planet. And there's a section in Ratchet Nexus where we are walking, we're like hovering in some weird sewer area. That made me think that, oh come on, made me think that it would be really fun to have a sort of Ratchet and Clank-esque game where this is more the central appeal, that we are just navigating these sorts of alien ruins. I think that would make for a really cool game. Guys, look at this. Easy. Easy. Did it in my first try even. Here's another NPC I quite like.
It works! My invention works!
It's been frozen in the ice for so long, he doesn't know about Gadgetron.
Charged thermal pellets that can thaw an ice block or freeze
He's also,
a body of
keen-eyed
water.
viewers will notice that he's the same alien species
I
as
don't
the
know
guy
how
who sold
long
us
you've
the
been
grind
frozen,
boots
but
in the first
I don't
game.
think Gadgetron's operated in this galaxy for years. Everyone buys Megacorp products these days.
Hey, maybe you'd like to buy it.
The Terminator. Okay, so when he begins talking again, I think this is a... Just look how short Ratchet is. I think this is a good time to talk about animations in these games, because the way he's animated is that his model is actually just being squashed around. Look at his mouth. Hold on, he'll talk again soon.
Maybe Megacorp
Like,
is
look at that.
hiring.
Look at that.
Use the
They're just
Terminator
moving
to
the
thaw
model
ice.
around. Rather than having, the terminology escapes me. There's a different way you can do this, but they're doing this in an old school kind of way. I think it's like skeleton modeling versus mesh modeling or something like that. So now, we go to this planet, or this area, which I also quite like. There's only a couple of dot planets in this entire game. World record pace? Where are we at? Well, I think I'm like an hour and 20 minutes past the world record.
We are under attack. Can't outrun them. Let's hope these weapons work.
Can't outrun them. And soon we'll be visiting Slim Cognito's ship shack. So, this is all fine and dandy here, staying outside, fighting these ships, but I'm actually gonna head inside the station, fetch an extra nanotech.
You have found a nanotech boost. Nanotech boosts instantly increase your maximum nanotech capacity.
Nanotech capacity. That's very cool. We can also fly through these asteroids here. This it reminds me a lot of. If you guys ever played the old Spyro games, the sort of ring flying challenges we could do in those. I think there's a lot of that sort of DNA in these ship battles, particularly when we get to the uninitiated. There are 4 ship challenges on every ship level, and the final one is always a ring challenge race where we're fighting some ace pilots and trying to win, get us overboard if we do. It's not worth it at all, but that one, when I first played the Spyro games, I was like, oh, it's that section of Ratchet and Clank 2 that I always hated. God. There's another wave after this, I probably should have done. This is also what I like here, is that you can collect Veritanium by shooting the asteroids through the ice blocks. Sometimes the enemies will just straight on top. Use these for weapon upgrades. Well, ship upgrades. Not a lot of rockets. Guys, just... So the big question is, before we finish this, there's another round coming up. Do we want to complete the other 2 challenges, the Space Wasps ones and the other Thugs for Less one? What do you guys think? The new enemies. This is really easy when you have the space rhino. It's not a rhino, it's just a big destroyer. If you're interested in how this level is run with speedrunners, they have that unlocked. They just drop it, and then you can restart the challenge, and it'll reset everything to its proper place, but your nuke will still be flying out, and you can destroy the first wave in its entirety, and then the second wave starts immediately. Which I think is pretty fun. It's really insane how many weird sort of speedrun strategies work in Ratchet, and I think it really goes to show just how weirdly cobbled together this game is under the hood. Destroy them. Yes. Need next up. Yes. Hey, I got a partial shield.
skills.
Yeah. A difficult challenge, but one that a trained commando...
Hold on. I'm intercepting a transmission.
For the 5th time, I
What
have
is
a
it about
select call
PS2
to
games
Thugs
that
for
makes them so
Maximum Ministry. You are
replayable?
gonna die. Will you accept the charges?
I think the big thing is that they don't have the arcade control setups of the PlayStation 1, which was inherent because they were just figuring out 3D polygons. But they're also not as scripted as PlayStation 3 games would become. So you have a lot of free time, you'll have a lot of time where you're just playing the game, and cutscenes like this one, usually you can just skip over them and get right back into the action.
Well, you can kiss your
I think that's one of the big reasons these games are so replayable. Another one is that there's less an emphasis on realism.
Did you trace that?
So games they're wackier, more zippy and cartoony, which allows for more, more replay value, I think. Love your content.
How's the
Happy
reception
New Year.
out here?
Oh, thank you.
Sports, weather.
Look at his eyelids. Why are his eyelids clipping through his eye?
Whoa, what's that?
The man.
Behind the hero.
The legend. The loser. Captain Quark, once the idol of everyone in the galaxy, has finally hit rock bottom. After his humiliation at the hands of Ratchet and Clank, Quark sold bogus merchandise he claimed were Gadgetron products. But a key defect
This is a
in
lie,
his
by the way.
product,
We never
the
met him
personal
on
hygiene
the
meter,
Gadgetron
caused
planet.
severe irritation in sensitive body areas and alerted authorities to Quark's scam.
No, that's not the
Behind the
Podcaster, that's
hero will return after these messages.
I don't remember. I'll remind everyone, I don't have audio on. I don't know what they're saying.
Too late
this is a good sort of meta joke.
We always seem to be a bit late. Why is that?
Well, let's check this place out and find out where he's headed.
Great joke there, Ratchet. Sure, let's buy this one.
Try customizing your quick select in the pause menu.
Mainly because it's really quick at breaking crates and killing little enemies, so I can gather a bit more bullets. Get anything from that. I think games were just more honest as well back in those days. No live services, live gone. Less concerned with realism, lesser budgets allowing AA developers to keep up with AAAs. Yes, that's another big thing that in these sorts of evolution of games discussions isn't often talked about. Team Eco, when they made Shadow of the Colossus, they squeezed every bit of juice out of the PS2. And Rockstar, when they made San Andreas, they also squeezed every bit of juice they could out of the machine. And that's because it was such a primitive piece of hardware, there was only so much juice to be squeezed out. So whether or not you had a 5-person team or a 50-person team, the scope of the game wasn't really that much more noticeable. Like it wasn't obvious that Eco was made by a small team and San Andreas by a large team. But when you get into the PlayStation 3, all of a sudden what is a small studio and what is a big studio really starts mattering in the kind of output that you can expect from it. We also have help, the Monsterpedia. This is one of those mechanics that didn't make it back into subsequent Ratchet games that I love. No reason not to have it. Gamier is the key word. They were more focused on being fun. Yeah, that's another one. I think that there is sort of a problem with people conflating art and sort of artistic integrity with dour and down seriousness. But like we talked about earlier, the Ratchet games, the PS2 Ratchet games, they were very with maybe the exception of the third one, they were very thematically concise and really well directed. And I don't think they have any less artistic value than like the Uncharted franchise. In fact, I would say the Ratchet games are actually stronger than the Uncharted franchise, because I think replay is better, but I also think the Uncharted games, I don't think the presentation is the best way of going about displaying the thematic aspirations of the game. Like in Ratchet, you can get a real sense for the hyper-consumerism of the world just in that we can buy weapons, these weapons of destruction, from little vendors. And everybody is always trying to get a bit of money out of us at every opportunity. And there's probably some, but the gamification of world design in the Uncharted games, I don't think is quite as strong as it is here. And I think that sort of stuff really does matter when you're looking at games, because you have to not just look at does it look realistic. You have to look at, does it play to the strengths of the medium, and all that junk. Remember Bully? Oh, Bully is one of those games that I think I would love if I got to play it. And I probably should play it at some point. Sounds so up my alley. I can't pay a lot of attention to chat right now. Let's see. Now I can, though. Oh no, you guys have been talking too much. I can't follow the thread. FromSoft, by comparison, really feels like a type of developer we just don't see all too much anymore. I really appreciate them, and not just for their post-Souls work. Yeah, they are... I really respect how sort of insular they are, where they won't do something just because other games are doing it. And it makes the game stronger in a certain way, but it also makes them more susceptible to just lousy design practices, like how in if you've ever played Shadow Tower Abyss, you pick up the gun by pressing the right analog stick. And that's really... This is a first-person game, and the analog stick is reserved for picking up the gun and shooting with it. Like, you wouldn't want that maybe to look around. It's just a lot of these, like... you can kind of lose track of what is good and bad design when you're not paying that much attention to what other people are doing, but at the same time, it also gives them the freedom to sort of question design conventions and make something that feels a bit more unique than they otherwise would have. You've been unlocking Incognito's ship shack soon. There's a gold bolt in there. Hold on. Capcom also did good. I really like what Capcom has done with Resident Evil recently. So I wasn't really a big Resident Evil guy at any point, and I'm still not. I like those games enough, but I really enjoy that Resident Evil 2 remake. It has insane replay value, and the dangers and the threats, they're mainly contextualized with gameplay mechanics rather than just Leon being scared in a cutscene.
Psst. Got a ship that needs, improvements? Worried about getting caught? At Slim Cognito's, your secret is safe with us. Whether it's weapons, shielding, or a new hyperspace module, we'll hook you up quickly, cheaply, and most important, quietly. So next time you're in the market for some legally ambiguous refashioning,
Remember the name. Slim Cognitos. The only inspections we pass are yours.
If any of you played Snail, my game,
well, a quick visit to Slim's wouldn't cost us much time.
The school section was
maybe we should
inspired
check out that
by
chemical factory.
Midwich Elementary
Someone
from
inside
Silent
might know
Hill,
where the thief was headed.
just in the architecture. And without spoiling too much, X-Gun, Give It To You also played a bit of it more. I'm trying to space out my Capcom games on the PS4 gen. They're way too precious to play all at once. Yeah, hey. So I do this thing where if a game has optional content, I'll often just not engage with it until the studio makes another game, so that I have something left of that original game to enjoy again. So it's only in the past few weeks that I finally fought Inner Owl in Sekiro, because I didn't want to kill him and then have nothing new FromSoft-wise for a really, really long time. But now that Elden Ring is coming out, hopefully, I decided, it's fine, I'll do it. I don't know if other people do this. I've done. Probably somebody else. Monster Hunter World is just Chef's Kiss? I've never played it. Do you guys think, so I think if you've ever, like, you guys have probably a good idea of what I like in games. Do you guys think that I would like the Monster Hunter games? Because I hear mixed things from different kinds of people about them. Different types of gamers about them. Acer, how big are you on recent games made by Remedy, like Quantum Break and Control? I haven't played them, unfortunately, but I know them mostly through like screenshots, and to me they come across as a sort of hybrid of more contemporary cinematic action games and something a bit gamier. Am I right there? Always have to wait for answers because of the stream delay. I have to fix that next time I stream. I don't know how I'll do it, but gotta get it done. Couldn't time it right. Sorry. This is embarrassing. I'm definitely interested in hearing how you feel about Sekiro. Well, I think it's great, but I have many more thoughts to share about it when the video comes out. The reason I mentioned this is why you haven't played The Last Guardian yet. Yeah, and like, I'm at the same time, Ueda might take like 7 years to complete that new game, but but yeah, I totally understand that. For the longest time, I had also not watched the final episode of Futurama because I wanted to have because Futurama show that's infinitely cancelled. But if I had watched that final episode right away, that had been it for Futurama for my entire life. And now that I have seen it since, I saw it some years ago, and it sucks because like
perhaps these
robots I really wish I had more Futurama.
Excuse me. Have you seen any masked weirdos?
Terrible at trying new games and clearing out my backlog. Yeah, I think I am too. I spend way too much time replaying my old favorites.
A masked customer picked up an order not long ago. Recently, they received a new transmission from him. and they are willing to show it to us for a small price.
Look at this, 6,000 bolts. I have to spend.
Hello.
This is such a scam.
Yes, I need to order 2 more containers of sulfuric acid. Oops. Better make that 5 containers and 4 containers of liquid hydrogen. Oops. Better add 6 crates of nitroglycerin and... Just give me double that.
These wacky hijinks. Oh, these wacky villain hijinks. Look at that. The prototype is his head. Protopet is his head. Oh, it's so funny.
Hey, what? What?
Oh, nothing. Just some robot humor.
Okay, funny guy.
I love
Let's just
I
head to
love
those
Clank's
coordinates.
laughter. Alright, so you guys have been talking, hold on. Since I enjoyed Ratchet, I might enjoy Monster Hunter World because it's so gamey. Not sure what you'd feel about the grinding aspect of it. I like grinding when grinding is fun. I think you would like Control because of how gamey and quirky it is in a deeply Remedy sense. Also how it does Lovecraftian horror and meshes it with Twin Peaks and the X-Files influences. That sounds pretty cool. I probably would enjoy that. Monster Hunter has slow, methodical combat similar to FromSoft's games, but the core gameplay loop is just hunting the same monsters over and over again. I could get into that. In a Metroidvania environment. Oh, the Control. Oh, purposely avoiding Inner Owl for so long is missing out on one of the best... you guys keep talking. Fights in this game. Yeah, it was a really good fight. I really liked it. Alright then. Now we get no more weapons. So the thing is, I don't like this weapon. The issue with this is that Ratchet is stationary when he throws out these discs. That does not make for good gameplay, monsieur. The sniper, I don't like it because I never use it. I don't like shooting it. I like the platforming combat, and this weapon isn't good for that. I don't like this, and I don't like this, because you just plop these down and they kill the enemies for you. Much like how this weapon does. The GTA Trilogy Remastered BM4 has inspired me to play through the true definitive edition of Vice City, the PS2 one. Because the last time I played a beat it, I was like 13 and was with cheats. I only ever owned, I think, Vice City series on PSP, and I got a lot of time into that one, but there was some weird mission with like a forklift or something, I don't quite remember, which I just put the game down and I stopped playing. Here we have Dan. This is one of the Insomniac developers who passed away, and they decided it would be a nice way to honor him to have you break a snowman. He probably would have gotten a kick out of it. It's a recurring skill point. It's also in Ratchet 3. Here you can see we have the thermal versions of these guys. Upgraded to suit the climate, but they're still just a bunch of nerds. Alright, so here the game does a kind of a crazy thing. It asks you to go down this elevator, use the tractor beam gadget to bring a platform with you here, so that you can jump up there and get the platinum ball. But, hold on, you can't just do this. So I don't know who was in control of quality. I don't know who was doing quality control there, but somebody screwed up. Okay. I love these disc ball guys. I think they really work for combat. I remember watching an interview with Ed Price, CEO of Insomniac or whatever he is. He talked about Ratchet 2. One of the biggest changes was in the enemy AI, in that they were just smarter, and it would be more engaging to fight them, and I absolutely agree with them that they managed to achieve that. I can't stress how much better I think the combat here is than in the first game. A little right. People will remember that Uncharted 2 got a lot of rave reviews for a certain train level. I would like to show you that, once again, the industry glossed over Ratchet's exceptional trailblazing adventures, exploits. Look at this. I know it doesn't look as nice as that train level, probably, but, like, come on. They did it already. Everybody's still Why do I keep bringing up the Terminator? Why isn't my slingshot locked? That's my Hey guys, do you remember when we joked in the beginning about this being a no damage playthrough? What a funny joke. I'm actually going to use the secret gun, the gun that I don't like that much. Just... Right, again, you can see what I'm talking about in the boss fights, where we just strafe around. The Ratchet train level reminds me of the train level from Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Telling me Ratchet ripped off Star Wars? This is actually something that's really interesting. Star Wars, I loved Star Wars a lot when I was a kid, and I still like, I'll dip into Star Wars like when they come out with a new book that's getting good reviews or whatever. Star Wars' legacy on video games, and George Lucas's specifically, it's so valuable, and I think gaming owes such a deep debt to George Lucas for creating LucasArts, because he had millions of dollars, he created a video game company, and he basically told them, do whatever you want. And they came up with so many interesting new games and so many weird ways of gamifying Star Wars. And I will not allow any George Lucas hatred in my chat.
Take your imperialistic eco-fascism to another dimension. Say goodbye.
Greetings, Acer. How are you doing today? I am actually a bit sick.
Come on, Clank.
I've had the flu and some weird mental fatigue for the past few days. I just had a test. It's not COVID. It's something else. Probably just the average flu or something. But I really don't want to go to work tomorrow. Really not feeling it. Okay, so now this is a good example, a good time to talk about the boss fights. I'm actually waiting for him to spawn some enemies in. This is okay, I'll talk about it in another boss fight. This is pathetic. Come on, man. Oh, wait, here we go. So the way, what I was talking about earlier, is how boss fights are configured this time around for this strafing, is that every area, almost, is just this circular sort of platform where we are doing this here, just like shooting, and we keep the sort of auto lock on, more or less. Oh my god, guys, I feel like such a dumbass. Oh, hey, I beat him, but I also died. Wow, that was terrible. I feel like a dumbass. I should have been collecting the silver bolts. I forgot. That's how you buy upgrades in this game. Oh well. But yeah, every boss fight more or less is us on a circular platform, just avoiding hits and shooting, dishing out damage at the same time, and it's fine. but it is also very samey, and I think as much as the Strafen sort of liberated the combat to be as deep as it gets at times, I think it also sort of limited the kinds of encounter varieties we can expect in these games now. I remind everybody of the Snaggle Beast fight in Ratchet 1, where we're constantly running across different platforms to try to trick the thing into walking into lava. I don't think Ratchet's boss design ever got quite as good again as it was in Ratchet 1, because that game, they had to actually get more creative.
Do you suppose we should stop him?
Not worth it. We got
Dark
what we
Souls
came
3
for. Let's
DLC
just get
leaves
that
no
little
place
guy
for
back to
sequels.
Mr.
I respect
Fizzwidget.
that about FromSoft.
Ratchet? Spang? Is
Yeah.
that you?
But you could also do, yeah, like, there's always a way to do a
safe and
sequel.
in
If
our
you want a Dark
possession.
Souls 4, they could go with, like, the Age of
Why,
Deep
that's
Waters.
stupendous. Absolutely
There's always some way you can do it.
two are a galactus team.
Also glad
We
to
were
find
glad
another
to
Demon
assist,
Souls
sir.
lover. It seems
We
to be
just need
ignored
coordinates to
almost
our next
always just
rendezvous
because it's
point.
the oldest.
Of course. I'm on my way
Yeah,
to give
I
a
think
tour of
Demon
Megacorp's
Souls is the
historical
strongest
mining
of
site.
From games,
Here's a
even to
little
this day.
backtalk on the fragility.
Maybe that's just because that was the
Megacorp
first one I
manufacturing
played,
and
but
mining.
I really
A
think
tireless
there's
drum
something
major
magical
leading the
about
galaxy
that
on its
game.
march of progress. Come to our
Dance
desert
was an
mining
atmosphere that no
facility
other boss
and
in the
see
game
why our most
has.
precious product
Sorry.
is our history.
Oh,
When
about
we
my
first
about my
arrived,
flu
we
or
found a
whatever.
planet
Yeah, thank you.
completely overrun by
I'm
rainforests.
doing
To
okay.
better
I just have a
accommodate
bit
the
of
local
a
wildlife,
brain
we
fog and
transformed
some
this
throat
impassable jungle
inflammation.
into an easily navigable
Okay, so
desert.
I love this. I
Ever
love
the
this
technological
introductory
pioneer,
cutscene to the
Megacorp
planet.
invented the automated management team, thereby eliminating costly upward mobility.
Fuck.
And all the while making your
Like
life
how jolly
richer.
they are that they destroyed
Megacorp
this beautiful
manufacturing and
planet to
Our
mine
march
these
continues to the
crystal-
tune of progress
crystals.
and profitability. Call Investor Relations today.
Is that facility still operational, sir?
Alas, no. But it's steeped in hysterics. I've offloaded the condiments to your naval
On
computer.
one hand, having
We'll
COVID
see
kind
you
of
there.
sucks. On the other hand, I wouldn't have been able to tune into streams if I didn't have it. I would have been at work. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not all bad. Full game. Doing the full game? Yes, I'm doing the full game.
Hey, there's Mr. Fizzwidget.
Which system is Ratchet on? Oh, it's PlayStation, baby. Yeah, best one because it's the first one I played. That is often the case for a lot of
Debris
this.
on the landing pad.
That was our ship.
Don't worry about it, little fella. It's insured. So, do you have the, delivery? Miraculous! Come, gentlemen. There is precious little time.
I have to say though, I prefer Demon Souls for the PlayStation 3 than the PlayStation 5. Blue Point's graphical capabilities look amazing on my OLED, but I really enjoy From's original edition so much more. Yeah, I have very complicated feelings about the Demon Souls remake, because on one hand, I'm really happy that more people got to play Demon Souls. On the other hand,
He's just
I
easily
think there's so many
distracted.
weird changes that go so
Come on.
that
let's
just
see if we can
grind
find
so
a way
poorly
out of here.
against the original creative intent that a part of me can't help but be a bit disappointed and a bit mad at it. So, this is one of my favorite guns, and a lot of people will tell you that when you fully upgraded this thing, they ruin it. I disagree. The fully upgraded version of this gun is also great, but it's not as fun to use. And what they should have done... Oh no, I'm out of money. What they should have done is that they should have split the weapon in two. So, the way this weapon works is you create like this lava stream. And then when you fully upgraded it, it shoots out little like comets. And it just functions very differently. And what they should have done is the fully upgraded version of this should have worked like it does in Ratchet 3, where it sends out a freeze ray instead. And then the comet gun, which I also love, that should have just been its own thing. I think the comet gun is a fun weapon to use, and it's a good weapon, one of the better ones in the game, but it locks you away from this weapon, which is so much more fun to use. I think that's the real issue. Look at how good I am with this weapon. This weapon is also kind of idiot-proof because you can just do whatever and you'll probably kill a bunch of enemies. The question is, guys, do I spend my time collecting every crystal here, or do we move immediately on to the next level? And there's a part of me thinking maybe I should collect the crystals.
It says, in case of
There's a
emergency,
fun
break glass with
philosophical
wrench.
puzzle.
Hold on. This one says, use rock to break glass to get wrench to break glass to get rock. Ooh, I love logic puzzles. Let's see. If you break the glass with the...
Solved it.
Wrench has been upgraded. Alright, notice also that I was penniless and now I have 4,000 bolts. This is the point in the game where hyperinflation hits and the value of money starts really jacking up. Because enemies and crates start to drop differently valued bolts. More valuable bolts. Hold on. Jesus. So it becomes much easier to grind out money now. Shame the upgrade kills that into... Hold on, I lost so much. The chat. Drawer that they wanted to keep the gameplay and jank in place. Going Commando is probably my favorite Ratchet and Clank game. It's the one I remember playing the most. A comfy game for me. Yeah! It's the same for me. This is my favorite one. I think it's the strongest one. I went over this a bit earlier. But there's maybe some new people who joined the chat. Hello everyone. Hello new joiners. Those who joined late. Ratchet 2 is a real good showcase of all of the best strengths of these games, with the possible exception of the theming. It's good, but 1 and Deadlocked or Gladiator are better at that, I think.
Now, I can't do that.
You have 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
Whoa!
Oh my god!
She.
Look at her eyes!
Changes nothing.
Look, did you guys see that?
Here's the experiment.
There was like white in the iris of her eyes.
You've just put the whole galaxy in imminent danger.
But
I don't have time to stand around explaining.
What is Clank's shadow? Why are there shadows just somewhere? Why aren't there shadows attached to their models?
Watch this.
That's a nicely, conveniently placed television set.
Oh no! Good thing that wasn't little Susie. Here at the Megacorp testing facility, we make sure the products you buy are safe for you and your family. These are just a few of the products we've rejected to
Going
help
to work?
keep you safe.
Oh,
the Tiny
Bathroom.
Tot Slingshot.
Cool having you, man.
Mousetrap,
Or woman.
self-wedgifying underwear,
Have fun at
and
work.
The Lawn Ninjas. So the
3 was
next
always
time
my
your
favorite
toaster
Ratchet and
doesn't
Clank,
explode in
but
your
as an
face,
adult I found a
say
lot
a
of
little
appreciation
thank
in
you to the
Gladiator and Ratchet 1
Megacorp
that I didn't
testing
actually do.
facility.
That's a lot of people's
Wow,
experience
you
with
got
these
people
games, I've
with-
noticed.
What does a testing facility have to do with galactic danger?
I am unsure. However, I believe we should investigate that location.
Well, we're gonna need a new ship.
Alright, so this is the point in the game where we learn that we've been the bad guy all along, and now we have to switch sides. But yeah, a lot of people, I would say the majority, will tell you that Ratchet 3 was their favorite, because they played it a lot when they were younger. But so many people kind of discover Ratchet 4 and Ratchet 1 later on, and they also discover just how kind of janky Ratchet 3 really is, both in just raw gameplay terms and also in the narrative. It's really sort of strangely cobbled together, and when you play it as an adult, it kind of, I don't know, you can't escape this feeling that it's really disjointed in weird ways. I really like it still, but it's definitely my least favorite of the original 4. Though it is the best in some ways. Like I said earlier, I think it has the single greatest weapon variety these games ever saw, by far. I don't know if I'm doing all the crystals just yet, by the way. I'm just doing this because I have to give crystals to Shaman McGee, or whatever their name is. She-Man, so he'll fix my ship for me. Why can't I get the lock? This would have been much easier if I would have been collecting bolts, because this is the level where we can also buy weapon upgrades. And one of them being harder lock-on. Hey, lava gun. How do you feel about Crack in Time? I think that's a pretty good one. Here's the thing about Crack in Time and all the future games. They are really good, but I think the Ratchet license really holds them back. I think Crack in Time would have been a much stronger game if it didn't have the baggage of Ratchet and Clank attached to it. And it could have, you know, it could have gone into more directions. It could have honed in much tighter on many of its themes, but it's also trying to do, like, this specific relationship between Ratchet and Clank, which I don't think is quite transferable to the way those games are telling their stories. Which is why I think that during the PlayStation 3 era, they should have retired Ratchet and done, like, just created, you know, Plip-Plop and Jungle or something, who are just, they're like Ratchet and Clank. They can be these weird alien creatures, but they don't have the baggage of the Ratchet games, and you don't have to... What happened to my hand? It's because of this gun. It also happens when you climb on stairs, the hand disappears. But yeah, they didn't have... If they wouldn't have had the baggage of Ratchet and Clank, I probably would have really enjoyed those future games much more. I don't know if that's just because I'm such a PlayStation 2 Ratchet fanboy, but that's at least how it always comes across to me. And I think Nexus, I was talking about this earlier with that sewer level we have to navigate. I think it's such a strong showcase of this could be a really, really good game if you got rid of all the Ratchet and Clank stuff and just created a new story that is more fitting for the kind of game that we're playing. I also think it's weird that the Ratchet Future games, they introduced this idea. Can you stop shooting me? They introduced this idea that Ratchet is the last of the Lombaxians, and there's like a real emphasis placed on Ratchet's species. And the villain for, oh my god, this is ridiculous. The aiming of this monster, Buckman, is insane. The villain for Crack in Time, the final one of the Future Trilogy, is Dr. Nefarious. And his whole spiel as a villain in Ratchet 3 was that he was super racist. He wanted robots to rule and he wanted organic life forms destroyed. But that, like, you couldn't have made his, organic species racism play actually into like the bigger theme of the importance of the Lombax race. And like, I understand that maybe you don't want to do racism as a topic in what is ostensibly a kid's game, but why are you bringing Dr. Nefarious back then? That's why you bring him back, because now this character that was really weird in the original games, you can sort of redeem him and make him thematically fit into this new trilogy. But then they just don't do that, and it's really weird. But like I said, I may be overthinking the way I look at the Future Trilogy, because I have so much baggage with these games. Oh my god. Stop. And I was working and suddenly stopped, alarmed by what happened to my hand. See, why does there's too much tracking on this electricity laser beam. Not a fan. Probably I'll just get as many crystals as I can now before I die, and then move on to something else. I've only played Ratchet 2016 and Rift Apart. I also played Ratchet 16. That game is in that game. I am actually like I am so salty about that game because it is a worse version of a much better game. And if you ever have the opportunity, I highly recommend checking out Ratchet 1. It's so much better than well, than the remake at least. Yeah, like Nefarious in 3, but did not want to see him come back, at the very least not more than once. Man, him and Quark are too overused as time goes on. Yeah, I think Nefarious was really fun in Ratchet Gladiator as like a post-credit scene where they're like, oh yeah, these poopers are still just floating around space or whatever. But like with Quark, it is a case of you don't need to bring them back in every installment. Quark worked really fine in Gladiator 2, where he's just like a cameo at the end.
Hello, sir.
Hey,
Ratchet
that's
and Clank,
my ship.
2016 hurt my soul.
Not all things belong to the
There's some
cosmos.
things that I think,
no.
like, if you're
That's
doing a Ratchet
definitely
remake,
mine.
I think
This vessel
probably you shouldn't have
suffers
changed the
from
story so much, but they did, whatever.
Only the power
Some
of the
things they
crystals
changed
can
I
help
liked.
heal
I think the new train level in Metropolis was really fun.
Crystals?
And I like the
those
overhaul
found
they
in the
did on
desert?
Gaspar, where we're collecting, like it's a collection level. And I also like that levitator gadget that they have,
Well,
where we can just
don't
fly
have any better
around.
Ideas.
And that
Let's go
gadget,
grab
by
a
the
few
way,
crystals.
was also in Ratchet Nexus.
Yes, the crystals
There's
spike in the
stuff like
mind
that
with a
I think really
sound.
works, but most of the story changes I think are for the worse. For the worse. Ta-da! We fixed our ship.
That was pretty impressive.
Bring me more crystals, and I'll pay you cold hard bolts.
Huh?
Oh.
This guy is also obviously voiced by James Arnold Taylor. I'll take some extra bolts. Now I'm gonna go and purchase the glider. So that we can go to Todano, I think it is. Don't like this setup to the level. The slope, like, notice the slope. I'm not hitting right now because of the slope. Well, I suppose I have weapons with a bit of aim assist. But like, what is this? Oh, another good change this game made from Ratchet 1 is that QuickTime now stops. So if you have to make some decisions about what you want to use, you actually have time to make those decisions now. Ignoring just the characterization and story issues, it's actually a shame that it runs at 30 FPS. Not to be a performance elitist, trust me, I can deal with OG Blighttown, but Ratchet was always buttery 60. That's true! Ratchet, Ratchet should, like, it's style over substance, I think, where you're doing this 30 FPS thing. But I also think that I don't know the engine they're working with on the PS3. I don't know if they took the Ratchet 2 engine, or the Ratchet engine, and they just updated it, or if they created a brand new engine, and that engine made its way to Ratchet 4. So I don't know how technically complex it is to actually incorporate 60 FPS into the subsequent Ratchet games, because I just, like, it may be coded in certain ways where trying to glue a 60 frames per second function is hard. I have no idea, but I still agree that there's really no reason they should have gone for visual fidelity like they did and neglected 60 frames per second. Given your thoughts on the modern Ratchet games, what are you going to try Ratchet and Clank Ripped Apart? I'll probably play it. Like, I've played every Ratchet game, even though I don't really even though I don't love them. I think they're well made, like in the future games. I'll probably play Rift Apart at some point, but it's one of those games which I'll probably buy. I'm not buying a PS5 for that, and it's not a game that I'm ever going to look into buying. I don't think. I think I'll be browsing the PlayStation Store and I'll see, oh, this is on special for $4. I'll buy it. I want to check this out. I think it's going to be one of those deals. I just got around to finishing 2016 Reboot a few weeks ago. After dropping it for ages, it's really pretty, but it was a slog to finish in the end. Yeah, it's a lot of style over substance, I think. Here is another optional nanotech upgrade we can pick up. And this is another thing I would have liked for him to fix, which is the distance at which objects pop in. But they didn't, so whatever. This is a mandatory story bolt. Blew my mind as a kid to find out I was listening to Titus from Final Fantasy X when playing Upper Arsenal. 30 frames per second versus 60 frames per second for a game depends on what the developer wants for the game, visuals, performance, physics, etc. It does, and I think there are genuinely games which play better with lower frame rates. I really like, I think the Silent Hill games, for example, I think that's something you probably want capped to even lower than 30, but for Ratchet, I think the sort of actiony, zippy fun, which is what I think is the appeal of the game, that is really underserved when the frame rate is capped the way it is. And I don't really care about the story, so I'm not too invested in the cutscenes. So the visual splendor, which may or may not be there, it just kind of goes over my head because I'm not interested in it. And they also, these developers, I was gonna say, if I didn't definitely spawn, these developers also did choose 60 frames per second for Ratchet originally, and then they changed it. So I don't think they made I think the decision for the change represents a changed aspiration for what they wanted out of the games, and I don't like that new change. I don't like the old Ratchet games, I suppose. So I've decided, for some reason, to go collect more crystals. I thought I had decided to do the next level, but apparently I'm here. It's fine. I'll do this until I die and then we'll move on. I probably will not be farming on not Snivelac. Gremlin, or whatever that planet's name is. The snow planet, because it is so painful to farm in that area. It's so poorly. Like, the difficulty is just ranked way too high up. Cranked way too high up, I should say. It's the endlessly spawning Yeti enemies who just destroy us. Personally, there isn't a game that isn't improved by a higher frame rate. Yeah, I mean, I think that's also a fine take. I think there are, like I said earlier, I think there are some games which are improved by a more stuttery frame rate. But maybe this is just like a personal opinion I have. I think for most games, higher frame rate is definitely reflected. I'm very uncomfortable generally though saying that they're like hard and fast rules. I'm very uncomfortable with, because you can always find some example of this thing would have been better if it would have like presented itself in a way that makes it harder to digest, like like frame rate. Another big one, which is maybe a bit more obvious, is aspect ratios, because widescreen and the 4:3 aspect ratio, they provide very different sort of experiences, with 4:3 being much more intimate. There was some ghost movie that had a 4:3 aspect ratio that I saw regular media talking about, and I was like, oh, that's probably a good use of that display format. And so, much like that, I think there must be an example of a game where it is improved by the lower frame rate. And I think PlayStation 1 tank control horror games are probably the only thing I can point to which I feel are better serviced by lower frame rates. I don't know if that's an opinion that a lot of people share, though. I actually do want to buy bouncer gun. Hold on, guys. We need to fix this up a bit. There we go. See, what is this? Why is your electricity just waiting for me? This is ridiculous. I probably won't be able to kill another one though. So, let's just try to get this crystal. Oh wait, that survived. Oh, hey! Maximum man attack. I guess maybe I will be able to kill another one. Wait, what? Not those damn Yeti enemies, bullet sponges. Insomniac internally gave them an award as the worst thing added to Ratchet and Clank 2. I mean, they're not wrong, though. Those enemies are terrible. But these sort of, see, why? Look at the electricity! He's just waiting for me! This is unfair. Oh, but the strats! But the strats! Oh, please. No, I have to kill you now. Oh, no. I guess my strats were, subpar in the end. Ah, that's fine. I don't need more. I keep both 4:3 CRT and 16:9 CRT. I like playing games at their intended aspect ratios. Good! Dabo is the factory. Level. No, I'm not trying to... I don't want to watch the cutscene. I'm trying to... I'm wondering if I should do some grinding in the Felton system so I can buy some upgrades to make future ship combat more palatable. But I suppose maybe I'll do that just before I do the ship combat so that it fits together a bit better.
See if you can find anything worth watching.
We're gonna get another Behind the Hero, and I'm gonna make myself coffee.
In yet another setback for the embattled Captain Quark, the Galactic Court ordered him to pay 6 billion bolts in damages to citizens suffering from personal hygienator syndrome. Only 2 days later, Quark was arrested trying to flee to Poketaru. The one-time hero, now full-time Zero, was placed in custody awaiting trial. But the next day it was discovered that he had escaped, flushing himself to freedom. We will return to Behind the Hero after these messages.
Milk is foaming right now, so I'll have to play for a bit longer. Not yet. But I do need to buy more ammo for everything. Let's begin with the factory. So, they intend you to stealth your way through this level. And I'm sure there is some way of actually hitting the timing, but I don't really care. Look at this ugly water texture they have going on. I didn't even need to aggro him, but I did anyway. Okay, so these enemies are the staple enemy for the rest of the game. Well, not entirely, but they show up again. Upgraded, more powerful. So I should tell you right now that I think I like them. But I think so. They had this thing where I can't. Apparently, I can't talk and fight at the same time. Also, I should have bought more weapons for the Seeker because we have to fight a distant enemy now. And I don't know if this one has the range? Not at all. Well, then I gotta go back, don't I? This is ridiculous. There. Probably should buy the bazooka, but whatever. There's also armor upgrades there. But my coffee's ready, so I'll be back in 1 minute. It wasn't ready. It wasn't ready. I'm such an unprofessional streamer. Okay, so when I'm saying I don't know if I like those enemies, what I'm talking about is I really like that. There, I'll do it right. I'll do the level right. I like that they are able to shoot us, and I like that they are always clustered together because it makes encounters interesting from a platforming perspective. But I think they have a really poor animation set. So maybe you'll see it right now, but I don't think I can't quite explain it. Maybe you have to play the game to feel it. It never feels good to fight them when they're shooting, and I think it may be because their weapons. There's some other ones down there. I'll show you. Ratchet is really short. They're much taller than him, and it just their weapons, the way they have to angle them down, I don't think it reads very well. But I do like them. I like all the enemies. I think the enemies in Ratchet 2 are the best designed in the entire franchise. Unless I said something differently earlier. Now my coffee is ready. Now we just gotta hope that I don't accidentally bang the desk and pour coffee on my laptop. Do you think games generally are getting better or worse? I think both. I think indie games are getting better, and I think AAA games are getting worse. But the thing is, I am very optimistic because whenever a new tool emerges for animators, for modelers, or programmers, or whatever, that tool always benefits indie developers proportionally more. So if you want to double the creative utility of a tool, then you maybe need to hire 3 people. But if you want to quadruple it, you maybe want to hire 20 people. Right? It just, the more people, like the more performance you want, it just costs exponentially much more money. Whereas when the tools become stronger, they raise the floor for indie developers so much more than they do for studio developers.
Let's see what we can get.
So I am super optimistic about the future of games. I think we are, maybe even within this generation, is when the indie games are going to finally be able to compete with the AAA games again. We talked earlier about how there was a sort of separation.
Let's just follow him and fix it ourselves.
And I think that separation, like, there is going to be a convergence again, and I think you can already see the convergence happening in games like I think, isn't that Hellblade game, wasn't that made by some smaller studio, but that looks much better than anything the AAA studios are putting out there, and just general, like something like Hollow Knight, which again, like, yeah, you can tell that's an indie game, but the that's sort of a normalcy bias to it too, where you can tell that's an indie game, because 10 years ago, that thing did not look like an indie game. That thing, if you had released that, it would have looked like an actual AAA, well-produced game. So, I'm very optimistic about the future of games. Haha, I got the wrench. But I think for that optimism, you need to know where to look. I'm not, like, I don't think Sony and Nintendo, I don't think they're going to save the industry. I don't think they can. I think they're kind of dinosaurs. This is one of my favorite cutscenes in the entire game.
Let's get the goods on that experiment.
How mad Ratchet is.
What the?
I think I see the problem.
What? Now even the computers are charging us? That's it.
On the subject
This
of today's
galaxy
games,
blows.
what is your super ultra definitive best top 10 games of 2021? I don't think I played a single game in 2021 that was new, with the exception of some new indie games whose name, like, I'll do this thing where I'll just download a bunch of games from like itch.io, and I'll enjoy my time or I won't enjoy my time, but very rarely will I like pay attention to the names of the game, so I can't really tell you. There's this wonderful game though, 2021 game called Snail, made by an amazing developer, a real visionary that everybody should check out. That's definitely the best game of the year.
Be destroyed immediately at Megacorp's deep space disposal facility.
But I think
I think indicates that we
2021 and 2020 was also a really sort of soft year for good game releases.
We've got to warn him.
Yellow.
Mr. Fizzwidget.
Thoughts on Dark Souls 1? I love it.
Sir, brace yourself. We just saw a video
I'm one of
your
those few
experiment
people who
eating
loved
its
it when it came out and didn't become super jaded because it became popular.
Ah, yes. Low fat, extra foam, no sprinkles.
Mr. Fizzwidget, do you copy? Anyone handling the experiment must exercise the utmost caution.
No.
What are the indie games that you think can be equals to AAA games? So, I don't think it has happened yet. But if you look at the performance and visual sort of, if you look at the incremental progress that is being made on the AAA front, and then you look at the progress that is being made on the indie front, the indie games are improving presentation-wise and all that at a much more accelerated rate. So an indie game, I think this game we're playing right now, Ratchet 2, an indie studio could put this together and release it. And probably they could have done it to something like Dark Souls even, maybe that maybe has a bit too many assets or something, but I think the scope of what an independent developer and smaller studios are able to do, it keeps growing at a much faster rate, cost-wise, compared to what big studios are able to do. And I think that we're at a point now, or at a point soon, where the... Just pause the game to collect my thoughts here. Where you can either, like the producers are going to have to make a choice to either spend an extra $50 million to get an extra 10% performance out of this game, or they could spend that $50 million, make 10 indie games, and those indie games, no, they will not sell as much, but individually they are all, performance and presentation-wise, they're all strong enough to make back their budgets. And so it is going to become more feasible financially to justify making a bunch of experimental little indie games rather than everything having to be the biggest thing ever with 5,000 million lines of dialogue and what have you. But I also think that, I'm not saying that AAA is going to die. I think we're always going to have like the Bethesda games, and Sony's always going to want to have some really high performance games to push their consoles. But I think that there is a growing space and a growing appetite for stuff that isn't quite that big scope-wise, and I think indie developers are also they are becoming more powerful in the things they're able to create, and I think that's how the transition is going to happen, rather than I don't think any studio head or platform head is gonna decide that we'll be the indie company. I don't think that's how it works. I think the technology is going to change, and then that change is going to ripple out throughout the industry. I think I'm wary of indie versus AAA definitions, like From Software versus a Ubisoft is very wide. Yeah, that's another thing. So I think when people think of indies, it's usually, I think, if you have a studio where you go to work, you're not an indie. An indie is somebody who works at home. If you have a studio but you don't have a big publisher, probably you're a AA and then you're AAA. But like, these are very nebulous terms we're using here, and very weird definitions. What I am saying though is that I think the economic benefit of being really big is not really as much a benefit in 2022 as it was in 2012. That's good coffee. Now that my indie game raft has ended, I really like this planet. I think this is one of those planets that really benefits on a second playthrough. Because after you kidding me? Excuse me? Oh my god, what was that? Maybe I don't like this level that much anymore. When we get the box breaker, this level becomes really fun because you can just do this and break every little light post, and there's something intrinsically really rewarding about doing that, but there's also something really extrinsically rewarding, which is that you get a lot of money for it. Guys, I am so sorry. I thought I could just swing over that part, but apparently I'm just going way too far. But yeah, Ratchet's height is something that always annoyed me when I was playing this game when I was younger. Because I wasn't thinking about it in terms of game design. I talked about this earlier, comparing his height to the enemies here. The reason he's so small is that he's not actually small, but everyone else is much bigger, so that you can see them in the distance. it's you can see them in the distance and you can read their animations. My man, may I? Can I? Oh my God! There. This is my no damage playthrough of Ratchet and Clank 2. Here's something cool you can do. Whee! Don't even need to switch on. I don't really want to go down there again. I think I have the health to be playing those sorts of dangerous games anymore. It's also another reason I think this level is really beneficial. It really benefits from replays is that there's a silver bolt in here that you have to get by throwing the spider weapon, and you have to strap on a button that opens this door. And I like this sort of challenge because it relies on an item you might possibly have in round 2. But then there are silver bolts like the ones on Endaco I was talking about earlier, where you have to come back with a gadget you get later on in the game, which doesn't carry over to New Game Plus. I don't like those because they don't fit naturally onto the way we progress through the game normally. They impose a really weird structure on how you navigate the world that doesn't flow very well. But again, I'll remind you, I've played these games way too often, so this is not something that's gonna bug the average player, I don't think. Here's the vent we throw the spider into. There's a cutscene coming up, so I'll be able to read chat soon. The mathematician, everyone. Nobody gets by him.
I mean, nobody gets by the mathematician.
I guess all the good names were taken.
Watch your mouth, Zero, before the mathematician subtracts your head from your shoulders.
Sir, as a fellow number cruncher, could I please ask what this is all about?
That moon's where we divide losers from winners before adding them to the
With
Megacorp game.
UE 5, I think we'll see AAAs with engines like Unreal 5 from these recent upstarts with a fresh start, so they can do new things in terms of production. Yeah?
Perhaps I could.
My favorite indie developer is Zoom, the sole developer of
Think you can
Toho.
get us to that moon?
Man just keeps on making the game he loves making and never stops. Yeah, that's another thing that I think is really that's really changing in the industry, is that you don't need to sell 200,000 copies to be able to keep yourself housed, clothed, and fed making games. If you have like a dedicated fan base of say 2,000 people, and you release maybe 1 or 2 little games a year, you can live off of that. And that's the sort of integration into the video game economy. That's going to free so many people up from, you don't actually have to do the 9 to 5 or 9 to 8, these sorts of super crunchy career destroying AAA games. You can you're not going to be the most successful, and you may not be the most well known or the most respected or anything, but you can make a good living just having a fan base of 2,000 people who are willing to support you as you make your game. And I think that's going to also have some serious effects on this. Because who wants to work for a studio when, again, you can just have your own little base? And I think there is an appetite for smaller experiences, which I only think is growing. So I don't know, maybe there's a cap on how many people can be doing that, but I don't think it's been reached yet, and I don't think it's even close to being reached. It's really hard to read chat because this is one of those fights where you actually need to pay attention. Because this guy, he can really wreck you if you aren't paying attention. Yeah. I love how Clank is just destroying these buildings. All those poor citizens. But I think this is like, from memory, this is some sort of gladiator hub arena too. So maybe destruction of city property isn't certain. He has the triangle super attack that Clank had in the first game. He like puts his hands together and generates like this pulsating blast attack.
You want a piece of me? Bring it
on. Oh no, I'm out of rockets. That's okay. I can just destroy the city and get some more. Hey man, where you going?
You go to some very back that goodbye. My ex-wife always told me I had a short tail. Now, really mad.
This is a kind of a slog in the commentary because I do need to pay attention. But we're done now. Okay, so that's the thing with From. I mean, they don't go for ultra high poly counter, crazy lighting and effects. They're all about level design and world design and art direction, which is great. Yeah. Hate seeing the occasional person dash in Elden Ring because it's not gonna look as good as Bluepoint's doing it. Yeah, like, yeah, if you're the type of person who really cares about games looking good, that is perfectly fine. But also, we have different expectations, and we enjoy games for different reasons. So I don't think this is a big deal where I think it's perfectly fine that not every game is for everybody. I don't like those highly cinematic games like The Last of Us or something like that. But I don't want to take that away from anybody. And when I complain about it, it's more just the hyper-saturation they have in the industry more than them existing. So yeah, maybe I contribute a bit too much to the negativity in game discussion, but I try to be much more optimistic because I think games are getting better. I just think that you need to fine-tune where exactly you're looking. I finished my coffee too fast. I want another cup, but I don't want to leave just yet. Okay, so I'm gonna go back now. I'm gonna do the optional stuff on Notak. I'm gonna buy some upgrades, and then I'm gonna go to the debris station. Elden Ring. Oh wait, have I ever played Fess? No, it's one of those games that I own on Steam. I bought it on like a summer sale 20 years ago or whenever. Like 10 years ago. But I don't think I've ever actually played it. This is the wrong planet. There we go. Elden Ring, that can also be interpreted as there being nothing to criticize, so go for the graphics. Yeah. Again, just a good example of it's okay for you not to like something. But if what is happening? This has never happened to me before. Guys, I'm flying with the HUD on. Hello. There we go. Well, that was fun. You always find something new, huh? Never happened in the place that Yeah, we also have game design is like a part-time job. So maybe you'll have a 9 to 5, which you work 3 weeks out of the month, and then or you make enough money, like you can skip an extra week of work and just do game design and live off of that. Gradually transition. I think people in games discussion, I think it's so mired in negativity because everybody has expectations that everybody else's expectations be subverted to accommodate their vision of how the industry should be, rather than just accepting that it doesn't need to be perfect for everybody. Like, there can be games that you don't like, and that's okay. And there can also be games that you like, and that's okay. I'm gonna screw this up. I don't have time to kill these wasps. This is humiliating. I spent too much time looking at chat. You guys did this to me. There. 13 seconds. Nah. This can't be done. Can't be done. Well. It could have definitely been done. Alright, let's do this right this time. Come on. Titanium. Just there. I quite like the Ratchet games. I think they are able to pack in a lot of world building with just stuff like this, like the space wasps. That's a cool concept. It's like those space hornets or whatever in Futurama. But like, these things are interesting. Why isn't there a fun level? And well, they leave a lot of room for adding on to it. Like, you could have, if you're doing a sequel to this game, you can say, well, we introduced these space wasps last time around. Let's do a level where Ratchet goes into like some meteor, and he has to fight the which is just like the nest of these space wasps, like that stomach they flew into in Empire Strikes Back, and that's like a fun level. I think the Ratchet games, because they don't take themselves too seriously, you can get away with a lot of that sort of weird. These games can go into so many different places and do so many different things. This is what I guess I'm trying to say. But I'm too focused on killing these space wasps to get it out. Good lord. No time limit here. But these guys are a bit tougher than your usual Dark ships. Again, sorry that I'm not doing a lot of good commentary right now, but it's sort of a more focused area of the game. Hold on, I want to read something. I want to start YouTube because the 9 to 5 grind is just so not for me. Plus, I have a knack for remembering tons of random trivia to put it to use sometimes. Yeah. Negative of self-employment working on a Sunday. Positive self-employment being able to watch Acer stream Ratchet and Clank while working. Hey, that's great. I hope I'm helping you pass the time. I don't like cinematic kinds of games either, but I'm glad not everything is for me. Likewise, I wish some others would accept when a product isn't for them and just try to enjoy something else. Yeah, this is something I don't like. I think there's a lot of conversations in gaming circles around like accessibility concerns that I do agree with. I think, for example, I don't think the artistic integrity of Ratchet and Clank is undermined if you include something like a colored language, for example. I think that's totally cool, because then more people can enjoy it who would enjoy it for like what it is. But what I don't like is when people demand that changes be made of these sorts of games, whereby it stops being what it is, and it becomes this, I don't want to say dumbed down, but more this product that is more palatable to mainstream sensibilities. So, I don't have a good example in my head right now, but I think you all know what I'm talking about, where rather than just celebrate that games can be incredibly different, there's this desire some people have that everything fit into the same box. Damned be the consequences it has for design going onwards. I'm also eating right now, so okay, I'm gonna buy this and this. And we'll let that be enough. I probably should also be doing the skill points so that I can recolor my ship, because it kind of looks like a red piece of crap right now. Be careful starting a YouTube channel for a living. So much leap you have to face, like algorithms, strikes, etc. Absolutely, I know a lot of people will end up thinking it's some super easy dream job. I know it's not that easy, but it's about time I give it a go instead of just thinking about it, I think. Yeah, I mean, if you have the time, you don't really lose out on just giving it a go.
The defenses are attacking us. We've got to hold them off until Fizzwidget gets here.
But yeah, it's also a case of, like everything in life, it is, you're like, stop with this help desk if it's this way. So this is an actual strategy that I've developed for dealing with this level, because I'm very under-leveled on the ship right now. These things, when I destroy them, repair bots will come out and fix them. So, what I do is, I just do enough damage that they're starting to smoke, and then I move on to the next one, and then I can knock all of them out in the next playthrough of the area. But yeah, with YouTube, it's probably like, it is a full-time job if you want it to be your full-time job. Couldn't get it done. There. 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 Oh no. There. There. And done. Easy. This level was easy.
Sir, you gave us an erroneous password.
Implausible! Unless, is this Tuesday or Wednesday? Anyway,
if you have the time, you can give it a go, but it's not easy. Ideally, you should not stick to one series, in my opinion. Quite dangerous to do that. Oh yeah, I think, but it's dangerous because you cultivate an audience for that specific series rather than an audience for yourself. But I think it's also better in the sense that it's much easier for the viewer to compartmentalize what to expect from you. So, I have a lot of viewers who don't care about FromSoft games, and I keep making videos on them. And so I try to satisfy them too by making other stuff. But I like making FromSoft content, and I think it's good that somebody is giving a look into the old FromSoft games. I noticed that a bunch more people started looking into them after I started looking into them. Not saying they're ripping me off or anything, but yeah, but like, I think having a consistent theme is really good. So like, I look at Nintendo games or something like that. But I think it's better if it's broader than super narrow stuff. Like I only want to look at the Baldur's Gate games, because I don't know how much room there is for growth if you brand yourself like that. I wasted that mine. This is my favorite ship weapon. Alright, I have to actually get my head taken care of. These guys are rackets. These guys can ruin me. Okay, but also like when it comes to theming and stuff, I've never actually paid as much attention to that. I just do like, I like this game. I'm gonna do a video on this game. Oh lord! Ah! Jesus! You see that? The AI bamboozled me. Tricked. Why is this going so poorly? Let's just fill the space up with mines. There. Let's do some of the work for us. And let's go hunting with this. These enemies have different coding than usual enemies. They're not very keen on flying into our crosshairs, so you have to actually chase them, because they're just trying to destroy the power receptors. This is such a good game. Such a good game, guys. I'm super happy that I grew up playing this and not like. And look, I don't wanna be mean to people who like Sonic. But I'm so happy that I grew up playing this, and when I go like, oh yeah, that franchise that I loved as a kid, I can go back to it as an adult and not be like, oh, what was I thinking? Because the Ratchet games, man, they hold up. Like even the older ones, they hold up. And they also didn't, yeah. Whereas like for Sonic, and maybe I'm talking out of my ass here, because again, I haven't played a lot of Sonic, but my understanding is that a lot of those games are just terrible. I'm really happy that I hitched my wagon to the right horse in this one. Let's throw out some two more, we can do this. This is the hardest one because the auto aim, it's just not helping me. Here's the last guy. Oh my god, where? Okay, there he is. Yeah, and I have to manually move the, there we go. I have to manually move the aiming reticule with the PlayStation 3 analog control. It's just, it's not good. Okay, this one I quite like, because we can just throw these out, spam these on the board, and we can just start flying. They'll chase us into them? Oh, they should. My strategy isn't quite coming together like I hoped. I also like that. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to buy better versions of these mines if I want them to last for the duration of time. That sucked. Anyways, I really like for the mines that you have to shoot them not at an enemy, because they'll just explode if they hit an enemy. They have to enter empty space. I think it varies up a bit how you have to approach setting up the fights here. There we go. Sorry everyone in chat, but again, this is like such a fun part of the game, but it sucks streaming because I can't read anything, pay attention, and I don't want to pause the game too often just to read something. I don't think that makes for good unicorn. Also, if you're watching this after I streamed it, then that probably wouldn't flow very well either. think would be appreciated in hindsight, and how these battles operate, is some sort of aim tracking, where if I like get the reticule on this guy and I press like left analog stick or something, that the camera will sort of lock to a radius around him. I'm trying to do a radius around him, but and then Ratchet's flight path will be locked to that sort of radius, just to smooth it out a bit. But maybe their movement is maybe a bit too jittery for that to work. Maybe it would be very dizzying. Anyway, we're done here. So now we can go to Joba. Alright then. Oh, we're going back to our talk on more focused channels. I was seeing a prominent Battlefield YouTuber stop playing Battlefield because 2042 was not doing well, so people stopped paying attention to the game. You shouldn't talk about it because it suffers massive identity issues all aboard with audio-visual theming and Oh, I got you to play Kingsfield. Did you like it? It's very much its own thing. I think that's something you can say about those Kingsfield games. And going back again to FromSoft in general, their style isn't... it's not obvious where they're drawing their inspirations from. They're very much pilfering from themselves when they make those games. Okay, so I want to buy this, I want to buy this, and I want to buy this. But I talked earlier about there being a gun in this game, which is the worst gun. That was when I bought this thing. It's this. This is the worst gun in the game, even though it's probably the most popular gun in the game by far. So you know, this is, you have to appreciate how brave I am for courting controversial, shitting on the most popular gun in the game. The issue with it is that in its first edition, it's really good. Like before you upgrade it, it works really well because it's got like the same sort of auto aim as this weapon does, but it can also, when it hits an enemy, it can sort of deal an electric attack, which can spread across a few more enemies per memory. But when you upgrade it, it just shoots this ball, which just zips and zaps into every enemy that is in its general path. And I really don't like that weapon because it removes so much of the actual complexity of navigating in combat, because it's just this omni-attack monster that destroys everything it comes across. My favorite weapon in the game is one of the less popular weapons. I'll be buying that soon, and I'll talk about it then.
Finish on that
we're doing another hover bike
you
racing.
This out yourself?
I handle my own buffing, sir.
Oh, sorry, little man. I thought you was a crankshaft. Can't see my own hand in front of my face without these.
No problem. So, how do I enter the big race?
Well, you got the helmet, you're in. Easy peasy. The prize this time is some kind of special boots. I could use those myself. They'd go real nice with my leather chaps.
What? Why did it open on Challenge 2? Okay, so now we're gonna get the charge. This is another brief, just a tiny, teeny little section where I'm not gonna be able to read chat at all. Because look at how fast we're going. Also, we have, oh wow. The geometry, the frame perfect geometry catapulted me over the weapon, and then the guy just killed me. Ridiculous. But I'll still win. I'll still win. You believe me. Yeah, what I really like about these challenges, these hover bike challenges, is that in the higher difficulties, they actually change up the level layout. So there's a lot of replay value to them, and you can get really like a lot of replay value. there is replay value to them, rather than just, oh, there's more enemies or they go faster or something like that. So you have to kind of approach each challenge in sort of a unique way. Oh, is that it? And I think it makes for a good challenge. Whereas the from memory, I don't think they did that in Ratchet 1. I think the hoverboard challenges were all very static. I don't think the levels changed up that much. But maybe I'm misremembering it to be. Hello, enemies! Please come in front of me so I can kill you. Ah, well, there we go. Let's final lap. And I'm in second, damn it. First, there we go. There we go. Also, in this first challenge, the enemies don't use the weapons, so we have massive handicap being given to us here. Well, no, they're massively handicapped, I should say. We're just given this difficulty easy mode, but subsequent challenges they start to use them. That's really fun. Oh my lordy, I lapped you. Oh. Can I lap him too? Oh, the absolute king of this crazy sport.
Dang, I wanted these boots myself. But they'll look real nice with your outfit. You can race again, you know. Now the prize is a bunch of bolts.
To activate the charge boots, double tap and hold R1.
What is chat talking about? Dragon's Dogma? I'll wait for you to start talking about Ratchet again. I don't know anything about Dragon's Dogma. Okay, so the lava gun. Actually, what we do is just wait for them here. Passage. What is that? Why is he snagged on some invisible wall? There's a nanotech we can get, but I'm not getting it. I don't want to do the dynamo. Probably should though, but I'm already past it. I'm over it. No, my man, you're not. No. What is this? Hello. Guys, this is no. Why am I stuck? Oh no, what is this? This is terrible. I don't know, view mission. Can I trick the game into releasing? Come on, no, I don't wanna have to get off. Alright, quit game. Just have to load back in, I guess. This is ridiculous. Please, just, yeah. You can stop presenting it, you can let me play. Load. This is us. Ah, terrible. Terrible. Just joined and know nothing about Dragon's Dogma. Never played Going Commando, so I'm just glad I could catch the stream. Wow! You're talking to the Going Commando expert. Do I still have the, nah, surely... Yeah. Alright. These are my new boots. What do you boys think? Oh, you lose. Doesn't feel to be wrecked by the man who doesn't take any damage. It's the stipulation I made. I need to rearrange my quick select screen soon. Right, so this is, I'm underperforming. I'll admit that. So it's time to bring out the heavier guns. 3. It took 3 to bring this guy down now. And there's actually a skill point in this level that if you can complete this with just the wrench, like I've gotten it, but it's not fun. Also, if you kill a lot of the birds, you can get a skill point. Also notice that the enemies now have these guns, whereas before they just had the swords. That's called increasing the challenge as the game progresses. Alright, nanotech next. There we go. Was the silver bolt in this area? I don't think so. I think it's another place. Right? Yeah, it's not here. Alright, so there's a checkpoint here. It's a new point, I should say. Now get to another one of these challenges that I think is much better at breaking up the experience than those god-awful key sections or random puzzles. Because it's just platforming, guys. It's just platforming. You know that thing that this game is? I remember that skill point not enjoyable. It's one of the worst. The absolute worst. Yeah, I only ever 100% in this game a few years ago. Like maybe 2 years ago or something. I sat down and I decided I was finally gonna do it. And I did. Hey, just a reminder that the subtitles are still locked behind New Game Plus. It's so cooked. It's such a cooked way to design a game. I don't know whose thinking process that is. You gotta just destroy them. Probably should have saved those weapons for the guys above, but nah. Why? Why? We like the challenge here. That guy is probably scripted to step onto that button. There we go. I'm invulnerable while I'm in the turret. They are not, so... Oh, what the hell? What the hell? He just took the turret after I left it! That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But... I'm just gonna zip through. I don't care to finish this challenge properly. Sorry, boys. See ya. Here we get the Rhino Salesman from Ratchet 1 returning.
Hey, you two going to the games?
Yeah? What's it to ya?
Whoa, take it easy, Chief.
Could you imagine if a 2022 game comes out and locks colorblind or accessibility options behind completing the game or a paywall?
Doubt that. Hey, I ain't the one trying to get into a sold-out arena. You're gonna need this.
Like I said earlier, I think somebody late into development accidentally flipped the wrong variable when they were implementing this. I don't think this was like this is the way it is intentionally.
The instructions are in Blargian.
Goodbye. And it says here tab A goes into slot B.
Okay, and then magnetize the graviton matrix, remove your left arm.
What?
And done.
You do have skills.
You know
Acer
it.
is an expert at
Stand
going
on
Commando.
the navigator pad
I
and
am.
press X to fly.
I'm
Hold
something
down
of
X
a
to gain
Ratchet
altitude.
aficionado. This is one of my favorite new additions to this game, and that it took so long to reincorporate this gadget into the Ratchet games, I think is a real shame. Look at this. Look at this. Battle Arena. Second Battle Arena.
Are you ready for the main event?
Probably, otherwise it's so weird that it's
Fiercest
locked. Yeah.
gladiators in the galaxy.
Look at how big Ratchet's helmet is. Compare! Look! Look at the Ratchet on screen and compare him to our Ratchet. Why is our Ratchet's helmet so much bigger?
Let's get it on.
Probably should have been allowed to buy some ammo for fighting, but whatever. Megacorp games are freaking rigged over here. That will come in handy for a later round. A lot of spider enemies in Ratchet 2 now. Didn't pay much attention to it previously. That's true. Okay. Alright, so now you get to see the strength of the lava gun. Look at this, it just cleans them up. And they had the audacity to alter the weapon's function when it's been upgraded. Even though, like I said earlier, I really like the upgraded weapon, but it should have been 2 weapons rather than ruin the function of one weapon to make way for another weapon. Very, very poorly designed, but I think everybody who's got an opinion on this game is always essential. Another function you get when you buy the hard lock-on upgrade to your weapons is that you can see the actual health your enemies have left. And that's really beneficial for the heavy lancer that I've just used. It enables some extra decision making, which I really like. Now we're gonna buy some ammo. Need weapon, need this.
Time for a cage match.
Also, now we have the Magna Boot, so we can go back to Rusla and fight that optional boss. Acer always being low on ammo is causing me pain.
He's massacring them.
I don't need ammo. I'm so good at the game. I can do this. I'm gonna do this just with a wrench to show you how good. Oh, tactical health upgrade, boys. I'm not doing it. Too long. Also, I was just complaining about how the plasma coil weapon destroys every enemy immediately, but my go-to is the mini nuke. It's just the exact same thing. Alright, so how many optional flights are we gonna do here? Let's make some money. I think that's a good investment in time. I like this key better than the electrolyzer, but still don't love it. Alright then, are we buying the bouncer? Nah, let's save up for the plasma coil.
Introducing the
Arachnoid
terror
battle.
of Terrantia. It's shocking. It's amazing. Give it up for the Arachnoid.
Hey, camera, please. Oh yeah, I forgot. He doesn't like it when I come that close. Hey, no, don't spawn little spiders in the You're tricking my, seeker ammo. We can't distinguish, please. There is a boss coming up, though, that I do think the seeker is a good weapon for. And that is the Mega Beam. And, maybe, even I'll say the plasma coil, even in its upgraded form, it really works well for that. I don't think any weapon in the game is just flat out bad, but I think for most encounters, a lot of the weapons are very poorly optimized. And they lower the skill floor needed to actually complete challenges, rather than vary up the challenge in some interesting way. But for some weapon enemies, like the Mega Beam battles, stuff like the Tesla coil makes a lot of sense, because that boss is best with weapons that are able to track the enemy a bit for us. Just goes to show that you need more than, you can't just have one kind of weapon. You need that bit of
Prize goes to Ratchet and the metal guy.
Oh, this is one of those that don't take damage. Easy. Easy. Even though I didn't buy any extra health, it's still easy. It's probably not going to be worth it. I accidentally clicked my way into this battle. Probably not going to be worth it. Like the Mega. Oh wow, it's one of these ball boys. I couldn't see him. I was so close to finishing that too. That's really depressing. But whatever, I didn't know. 5,000 bolts! Oh, this I can do. Another improvement Ratchet 3 made was that you can just fill up on every kind of ammo from the store immediately rather than having to manually flip through each one. It may look like I'm struggling because this guy over there just decided to... Where is he? Decided to go somewhere. But the enemies should start ramping up soon, so I can start taking them out.
He's keeping his ground.
What did I say? What did I say? There. 15. 45.
Look at him go.
One thing I don't like about the way these challenges work, though, is that so if there's just one enemy left alive, I will have to kill him for the next round to start, rather than the next round just starting when like 90% of the enemies in a given round have been killed. I feel like it really makes it more of a slog to finish this than it should be. Oh my god, no. No, I don't have the time anymore. Why wasn't he in there? Why wasn't he in the circle with all the other ones? This sucks. I'm terrible at all these challenges. Let's do this one. This is easy. Yeah, I forgot they didn't add the buy all ammo function until 3. Yep. Okay, how are things looking now? Can you hear me? Whoa. How are things sounding now? Is my voice coming out okay? It's so embarrassing having to do this again. Damn it. Okay, how are we now? Is this better? Still a bit quiet, huh? That's no problem. Oh yeah, am I quiet or did you guys all lower the volume? Because I can raise my own volume if that's the issue here. No, I can hear you. Okay. Is this hold on, I'm gonna actually listen to my own stream on stream. This is quite gaming voice very quiet. Okay. Game volume good, voice very quiet. How are we looking right now? Is this better? Am I audible right now? Oh, I have to do the don't take a hit challenge. Oh well. Vision. You're definitely quiet compared to the stream. Much better. Alright, that's good. I'm gonna continue doing some of these challenges. If you think I need to configure the audio a bit better, you just tell me. I'll see it eventually, and I'll probably cut some of this section out when I release the stream. It's just like a full video. So sorry for this, but on the bright side, everyone, we're 2 for 2. This is the last time, if you were here, my laptop also crashed in the middle of the stream. Traditions. Tradition, my man. See, what is this? Why doesn't he come to me? Oh, there they are. I was getting mad at the game for the way it set up the enemy encounters, but it turns out I was just not looking at the right place. Alright, so now I need to kill these two. Oh, well, there's more of them. I need to actually get my head in the game a bit. Here we go. Oh! Oh, I did a hit! I did a hit! I did a hit! Why didn't it register? Alright, so maybe I should actually buy ammo for this. Maybe whoever told me earlier that I should have ammo, maybe they were talking, maybe they were making a bit of sense. I promise though, guys, I am actually pretty good at the game, even though I keep failing on this challenge. There. Couple enemies there. Stop going for the balls. Now we need this. Actually, I'll just use the lava gun until the final round. Seems like it should work fine. Nope. Oh, the balls don't come out now? Should come out now. Yeah, here's something about these guys. I'm not sure how they function exactly. The gladiator guys with the morning stars things. I don't know if their shields actually block any of my damage, or if that's just a weird animation quirk that they have for some reason. But I'd be super interested in finding out. I'll probably do a bit of okay, actually, you know what? I'm not that interested in finishing this challenge anymore. They keep... Oh, cage match, no. Arachnoid battle, gravity boots. But I have to! Oh no, I can do this one. Alright, this is easy. This is actually easy. This is super easy, I'll just do this one. I just need to actually try. Last time, not trying. I'm beginning to have major flashbacks to fighting Chairman Drek at the end of the last stream. That took like an extra hour. Which it really shouldn't have, because it's a very easy fight. I think there was some button input latency probably working against me that time. I hate how I don't have a weapon that can just deal with these guys really quickly anymore. Alright, now I'm about 10 seconds ahead of my last try at this. It's because I'm actually a bit focused. I can't coast. I wanted to coast through this area last time, but apparently that's not a good idea. Come on. Reach. There we go. Alright, everything's looking pretty good right now. Let's focus first on him, and let's try to use the extra damage to deal with the other enemies. There. 12 seconds. Come on. Yes! And now I got the giggles and it's distracting me from my work. Going to throw someone off too. Commentating and talking to the chat adds another layer of difficulty, to be fair. Hey! Sure, I'll take that. You're giving me an out? Only wrench? No, I'm trying to get the mecha piece. Oh my god, I have to actually finish the don't take a damage run. Don't take a damage challenge. Okay, I'll play it safe. I'll just be here in the middle. I'll shoot them from a distance. I won't do anything crazy. No mad strats. Alright, so now I should get the fire shooting guys. No, that's the next round, okay? I'm actually wasting this. I need this on the final round when the big purpley good dudes come at me. There they are. Alright then. Take care of them. And there we go. Alright then. Ah, it's 2 of them. Is it just 2 of them? No, it's like 4. You know what? Oh my god. Oh my god, I am actually getting mad. Oh, what's the wrench challenge or like, I wonder. It's 6 rounds of this. I haven't bought a good armor. I'm wearing like substandard armor for this. I think the trick here is to just lead the enemies into environmental hazards and let that do all the trick of killing them for me. Feels like I'm playing Bloodborne again with all these spider enemies. Hey. Lordy, they almost hit me. It doesn't help that these guys have these massive ranged attacks, but it does help me that they can do damage to themselves. That actually does help, I will admit that. Alright, I need to... Did you see? Oh, the king of games over here, the Ratchet king. I wanna see the reaction to that. Ugh. Alright. Now I have 4 of these. Oh no. The spiders, they're screwing with me. Ah. Okay, 1. Can I just knock? Yeah, I'll just knock him into the wall. That's fine. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. There we go. Mod the arena enemies to shout out Bloodborne's Talentful shouts. Oh, there's a spider. You are not wanted here. This time's finished. This reminds me of my new challenge way of playing through these games is no armor run since they don't strictly have difficulty settings. Yeah, I think they... Oh no! What am I doing? I wanted to buy ammo. I think they scale up the difficulty in New Game Plus 1 time, but... Yeah. I really think there should be more difficulty options. Okay. This is good timing. Oh no, I wasted my money. The impossible challenge? Ooh, nah. Okay, so I think I have to do the damage avoidance to fight the Megapede. But I'm not gonna do that one. I've wasted too much time on it already. I'll do the Lancer challenge. Even though I don't know if this is a challenge that's better optimized for New Game Plus. Or challenge mode, as it's actually called. My From Software nerdism is coming through here. See, this is what I'm talking about, where the enemies, the rounds don't start, so I'm left wasting valuable seconds having to find these little bitty enemies that got stuck around the, you know, they just got snagged on some piece of geometry somewhere. What was it? Was I supposed to kill, like, what, 60 enemies or something? I don't remember. Oh no, it was only 30, that's good. Can I fight the Megapede? You kidding me? Oh. Fine. I just... I can do the no damage challenge if I have this weapon. Alright then. And if I can't, I'm stopping immediately. And I'm just moving on. I'm cutting my losses. So, we still begin with a lava gun. 2 more. There. These enemies don't have ranged attacks, so I'll just wait for them. Then we have these guys, also don't have ranged attacks. But the bomb is better spent for the last round. I actually wonder if any of these enemy setups are shared between different challenges, and because the different challenges ask us to approach the encounters very differently, that I've just never noticed it. Also because I don't really pay that much attention to the way the challenges are set up. I'm going to throw this here. I accidentally unclicked this. Alright, so this is a good weapon right now, because it asks us to actually aim ourselves a little bit. We have to, you know, it's also just really strong, so ta-da! But yeah, this weapon will become terrible when it upgrades. But everybody loves the upgrade. But they're wrong to love the upgrade. This is important things to know if we're breaking Ratchet and Clank stigmas and conventions here. This is ridiculous. Also, I should have bought the... See, this is another thing. If I had the lock-on mod for the Heavy Lancer, this fight would be very easy, because I could actually shoot the Megapede when he's up there, rather than have to wait for him to sort of go down so I can hit him. But I also really like that he has those little bombs roaming around the area going after me, because you have to sort of continually be mobile all throughout the fight. This might be my favorite boss in the entire game. I'm not quite sure though. If everybody here has 2 hours to watch me try the impossible challenge, that's something we could do, but I don't think so. I think I think I've lost too much time already, if anything. Just on lousy executions of stuff. Okay, so this is the boss I was talking about, where these weapons, this is actually really well optimized for him. Why did it deselect this? Stop. Here we go. Trying to save up the good ammo, because there's only so many methods I have to actually reach the Megapede. Oh. Well, it doesn't matter now. Nope, wasted it. There we go. And that could have been better. I'll cop that one. It could have been better. Could have been better. So yeah, one of the good functions of this weapon against this guy is that even if I don't hit him, the thing still like shoots electricity at it when it hits the wall and he goes near it. There we go. See? Ta-da! Easy. Just had to buy the overpowered weapons. Oh, for a moment there I thought I accidentally bought a dud weapon. Now we can leave. It's the Infiltrator, not the Trespasser. Trespasser is from the first game. There we go. This one's a bit better, I think, than the... Okay, look at this. Look at this. From memory, I think the PlayStation 2 version had like a fog here that sort of obfuscated how terrible the background was. Anyway, yeah, the Infiltrator is a bit better than the Electrolyzer, because if you can memorize the setups to the locks, you can kind of just speed through it, but I don't think it controls well enough. And then, don't get me started on the future trilogy, where they're implementing the 6-axis controls into the way we have to unlock unlock locks. Ridiculous. Since you're talking about Souls challenge runs, try a no level up one. They make you learn the mechanics of the game. Oof, no thank you. That's something I'd probably do someday though, when I've like exhausted everything else I can do in those games. So now we're gonna go to Uzla again and finish the hardest boss in the game. Yeah, casually flexing, just gonna finish the hardest boss in the game. It wasn't one of those like a ball you had to roll around with a 6 axis or something. Yeah, it was terrible. It was you had like a circuit board and you had to use you had to move it with a 6 axis control to roll a ball that would connect electrical lines or something like that. It was terrible. There was no excuse for it to be as bad as it was. They just use the trespasser again, the one in the first game. It's the best one. God. Oh wait, was there anything I hadn't filled up on? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need that. We're gonna need that. I don't know if I actually have enough weapons to deal with this boss. But we shall see. Okay, so I actually really like this boss too. Maybe this is my favorite rather than the Megapede, because there is so much consideration for your environmental there's so much situational awareness incorporated into it. Like you're on these lily pads and the boss can easily destroy them, and the boss also has attacks you need to use the platforming to avoid. And because the boss can get near you and he can eat you, you have to constantly be like, you have to keep a bit of distance. So he's gonna try to eat me now. Oh, he's just gonna do it. Try nothing. I probably should have had one more extra nanotech, because he just ate half of it, and if he manages to eat me again, that'll just be that. And there's also, I don't think there's any crate, health crate or ammo crates down here, so we're kind of locked with the stuff we have on hand before we jump down. Oh no, he doesn't take health like this. He doesn't take damage. Oh, come on. You have to come up, but you can't eat me. You serious? You are having a hard time there? Nah, it doesn't take any damage. Yeah, this is probably my favorite boss. I think it's just the right application of skill. This is also this is an exception to the usual boss setup of the games. Oh my god! Oh my god, no! Oh! Oh, no way! The game spared me! Wait, but... What was that? What was that? That was horrible. Alright, so I should come back to this place later when I have when my setup is a bit better. This was foolish to try.
Thank you for shopping at Megacorp. Please visit us again.
Yes, he's buying ammo. I'm always buying ammo. What are you talking about? I'm always buying a lot of ammo. Todano is next. This is one of the better levels. And there's also an optional path here we can use to get the bolt magnet. Probably I'll finish that quest. Takes no time. there something that unlocks here? Okay. This is the next thing I'm buying. This is my favorite weapon in the entire game. I think this is the most skill-intensive weapon in any of these games. I'll talk more about it when I buy it later. There's a fun mechanic where you can destroy these rockets and you get a skill point, but the final one, they'll all explode. But the final one will be able to launch, and then it'll come crashing down into a really powerful enemy we're about to fight later, and it'll kill him in one hit. I really like that, and I think these games should have more of those sorts of weird optional scripted segments in their games. Here we have the electrolyzer, even though we just upgraded to the infiltrator earlier, and that's because this area was actually unlocked. You can unlock Todano before you even get to Joba. So technically you could be playing this area and not having been to the Gladiator games. Yeah, we're using this elevator, baby. Trying to get some money here. This guy, the rocket will come careening down on this guy over there, but don't really need that. Plasma coil, really strong, really strong. From memory, it's this. No, there. Right. That went pretty well. And oh yeah, that's something I don't like, is how when you're doing these strafings, the auto aim is actually, it's fixed to Ratchet's position in the strafe, so you can easily just start shooting into some random direction rather than somewhere useful. Hey. Wow, that did nothing. I have to buy my favorite weapon, but oh no. I also really should buy better armor. I don't know how well optimized I am for the run ahead, because I didn't do a lot of grinding. See what I was talking about with those guys being sort of staple enemies? And we're not even done with them. They'll crop up a few more times before the game is done. So there is an optional nanotech. But this is a really complicated lock. From memory though... No, it's not up. So it is... Down, left, nope. Down, left, no. It's here. Ah. So close. I keep going on that. Screw it, I'm not doing it. This is just getting embarrassing. It also controls poorly because I'm using the analog stick to rotate a ball. It reads not the best. Yay. Oh, and yeah, these guys, they kind of become a bit hit spongy as the game progresses. Not to the extent that the enemies, the mobs in Ratchet 3 become hit sponges. That game, I think, has terrible enemy design. But there's still, I think the game is not properly optimizing the early game weapons to the late game, where even though you fully upgrade them, they're not, like, the game really expects you to buy a bunch of the weapons, which, fair enough, that is how the game works after all, but at the same time I do think that the early game weapons should maybe have more utilities in which they are useful than the late game ones. Which maybe they do though in the Lancer and the bomb. I don't know. I guess I'm just complaining. All right, so this is an easy lock. This is an easy lock. There, here, here. No, here. Oh no. Okay. There we go. Another big guy. Mini nuke missed him. Oh my god! Oh my god! Now I have to start all over again. Yeah, like I said, I should have bought the armor when I had the chance. This is it's probably gonna be better if I do. I should take some opportunities to grind out some money. Because I could do this without, if I wasn't doing commentary too, but my head's sort of split into two different directions right now. Let's just skip. Hey boys, I know you wanna spawn, but you better not, because I am not sticking around. Alright. There we go. Cutscene!
Ratchet here. Angela, is that your name?
That was not a great endorsement of Acer's memory. It's harder than it looks. Because you have time pressure working against you, and you have to pay attention, and there's a ball you have to rotate. There's a lot going on, okay? I think Angela should have kept her cape from her villain disguise.
Why is Billy sad? Is he cold, hungry, or maybe just... Oh no, take it away! Lonely.
So this is one sort of cutscene motif in this game that I really like, which is horrible things are happening, but the announcer is really jolly about it. And he's trying to spin it as really positive.
Up for some cops and robbers? Help! Police! So is you-know-who. Just ask Billy. The Megacore Protopet. Stop by Planet Bolden and get yours free from Abercrombie Fizzwidget himself.
You mean that thing is going to be a pet?
Megacorp intends to market a killer that is simply unconscionable.
Which is exactly what I've been trying to tell you. There will be disastrous consequences for the entire galaxy if that monster is distributed.
We must get through to Mr. Fizzwidget.
If you still think he'll listen, you should try to catch him on the planet Bolden. I'll upload the coordinates.
This could be our last chance.
I don't remember... Oh, Bolden is next. That's a planet that's also going to suck a lot, because it's really difficult. So, over there is the magnet, and also the sheep gun. Which would be probably pretty funny if I went and got that, and I just kind of sheep gunned my way through, but I'm gonna have to come back here later anyway. I don't like that there's a teleporter down there, but there's also this thing. Like, I get the teleporter, you have to be able to navigate up to the area, but I don't know, I feel like you don't need both. Also, the teleporter is just in the middle of a platform, so I feel like some designer realized really late into the game that, oh crap, the player, there's no shortcut to go up there again. And I was like, oh gee, teleporter.
They feel that he's getting a little, cuckoo in his old age, and are concerned for his safety. Now, Fizzwidget's kind of old-fashioned, so
The plot is progressing a bit here. Thugs for Less leader is announcing that they're now working for Mr. Fig's widget.
Be on the lookout for these.
And we're enemy number 1.
I have a personal interest in seeing
Mhm.
them out. So, I'm offering a free pizza party to the squad who bags them.
I think it's also promising like Pizza Tuesday or something like that for whoever beats them. I don't remember, and I don't have the audio on. Okay, this is, surprise surprise, another really good level. But it's also really difficult. That's 120. Ah, well. Okay, so if I'm pretty sure that the wall collision isn't perfect on this building, and this is where, in there, is where the level ends. So if I can make my way into that, I should be able to skip the level. Hold on. Ah. It's probably, you know what, it's probably easier if I do it from up there. Yeah. That makes sense. Here you have another one of my absolute favorite sections of the game. I was talking about this earlier with Ratchet Nexus when you're levitating in the sewer. I like this, just this conceptually is so interesting to me, just levitating through weird machinery. I want a game that's just about this rather than also being about the last of the Lombaxes or whatever the plot of this game is. Oh! Oh yeah, because I missed it. Did you see? I wasn't on the cliff. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, the ships here are completely randomized, I think. Well, they probably have like some loop, but they're not consistent. Also, this is much easier than you think it is, this part here. Because you can touch a lot of the cables, even though they have electricity, and still make it through unscathed. You have to wait for the elevator to come down, obviously. I think this elevator is weirdly optimized for people who are upstairs rather than downstairs, and I think it's because when we spawn here, the game sets all the elevators to where they need to be. So this elevator over there would have began up, and this elevator is also optimized for players who are revisiting the area rather than coming for the first time. So it had to go down first to meet us. Now we open up that path there, shutting off the electricity. And time for some grind booting. There hasn't actually been a lot of this in the game, and this won't be in the third game at all. There was an optional path I could have grind booted a bit earlier in Endaco, which I didn't. And there's a skill point here if I can do this without taking any damage. Let's see how well that goes. Because remember, you can take damage just there, just from like switching different grits. But I don't quite remember, so. Also, I think it's possible to take damage here from the cocks. Or maybe it's here where you can take damage if you jump too late. I don't quite remember. Oh my god, I did it. Skill point! I ramble a lot myself when I'm playing, but I can't imagine having to direct that rambling nonsense to actual people. Lots going on at the same. I'm always amazed by people who can handle multitasking. Yeah, well, it helps that I've played this game like 50 million times or whatever. Put it in my slot. The weapons you want modified, put them in the slot. I got a skill point. Yay! Great! I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and what the hell, I also want this. Look at how much money I'm making. I think this is another planet that ramps up the value. Oh, what was that? That ramps up the value of the bolts we pick up. But this is also, I think this is also a level which really amps up the damage values that are done, so it's time to get good or get buying some armors. I don't think I need to buy an armor, this is fine. Also, I bought this. See, this is the lock-on I was talking about. It's weird that it didn't go off there, but whatever. I also bought that acid mod that attached to them as well. Just for a little added damage. I could probably do the Usla boss now, but I'm gonna finish this level, and then I'll have to go to Aragorn, or whatever that level is called, where we are in the prison. Hey man. Then I'll unlock that final flight level. Then I think we go to Snivelak, and then I could probably go to Usla. I wonder, is it... Okay, so I'll try this once. Nah, I can't do it. There's probably some way to do it, but I don't know the strategy. Guess we'll have to do the level properly. There we go. Oh, there's the nanotech. I'll save that, because I'll probably be taking some damage here. Clearing out these guys. I don't think I'm making that much money. Maybe the added bolts was just in that room as like a reward for completing the grind rail section if we didn't have any skill points, no, any bolts to trade to Slim Cognito. If so, then this is gonna be a really painful section of the game because I'm not gonna be able to afford anything. I wasted all my money buying guns. Ah well. I'll upgrade this. When this has been fully upgraded, it becomes much stronger. Not as fun, but much stronger. There we go. There's also an enemy behind me. And if you can see, this is where we were grind railing earlier. See, it all connects again. That's what I like about Ratchet and Clank level design. It's all connected. Alright. So, to all those who haven't played Ratchet 2, you saw how cool that lava gun was. This is how it works now. It's a complete, like, this isn't the same, you didn't upgrade the weapon I was using, you gave me a new weapon instead. And I love this weapon, it's really good as you can see, but it's just not the same weapon. And it should have been a separate weapon, is what I'm saying. Hey, lock on. There we go. Oh, great, I managed to use both nanotechs even though I only needed one. That's great. That's a great use of a valuable resource into this part of the game where I don't have the health needed to complete this anyways. Oh, there we did. Oh, come on! I thought I got him! I was so sure that I'd gotten him. Alright. Do we buy armors? It's not really worth it buying this one, and I can't afford this one. And there's a better armor coming up after that one also, so I guess I guess we're green suiting it all the way through. Because I am gonna buy my favorite gun. There's nothing that can stop me. This is also a really poor weapon choice for this place because I think I just need to hit them and they'll bounce right off. So I could just use the heavy lancer. There's also enemies coming towards us now, which we also just need to hit. That over there is the Insomniac Museum. If we want to check out some of the behind the scenes stuff, we can go over there. Oh, thank God. I was gonna say, please hit them. Ah, I got him. Yeah, weapon strength though, I talked about this a bit earlier when I was talking about the Rhino 2, where I make the case that it is the strongest weapon in the game. The other contenders are this weapon, because when you upgrade it to max, it does a real amount of damage. There's also the Zodiac, which works much like how when we get nanotech upgrades, there's just a flash that comes on screen and kills everybody. Which also, I think that weapon like costs 10,000 bolts per shot, which is insane. Oh man, I can't lock onto that. And I also don't think I can reach with this. Oh yeah? Am I? Yeah, I am. Oh, whatever. Whoa! That was close. I don't have any weapon to deal with long range, no. I was pissing on the sniper earlier too, if you remember. But like, that's a lousy weapon. I don't like doing long range. Little did I know that I had kind of screwed myself. But yeah, I maintain the Rhino 2 is the best weapon. Even though the Zodiac costs a lot of money and all that. And the funny thing is you can find the ammo in crates. I don't remember if I said that. But the Rhino 2 is the better weapon because it has 100 shots and every enemy dies in like one shot. Including most of the bosses. Whereas most bosses have absolutely no damage done to them when you use the Zodiac. And the Rhino is also really fast, which the mini nuke isn't. So I maintain that it is the best weapon, even though there may be something that deals more damage. I don't think there's anything quite as versatile and as optimal for as many scenarios as the Rhino 2 is. Alright then, we finished the level. Oh, this is a hilarious cutscene. I also hate this because if I want that bolt, I need to use the slingshot. And you're thinking, oh right, that's easy. Oops. Entered the cutscene wall.
Would you like a free proto-pit sample? Available today.
Where is he?
The sign of a good game is a special animation for walking against walls. All the meteor gun does is shoot fiery puke balls at enemies. That's true, but it is also really powerful. I think people would like that gun if it wouldn't take away the lava gun. If these were two separate guns, I think people wouldn't have so much of an animosity towards it. I've wanted to ask since the Morrowind retrospective, what kind of accent is that? Icelandic! Yeah, it's really cold where I am right now. I have to get a blanket or something. Doesn't help that I still have a bit of flu.
Come talk it out with one of our 10 full-time life coaches. They'll help you find your smile again. Thugs for Less prison.
Yeah, look at how nice this Thugs for Less prison is.
What'd you think of that?
That didn't seem so bad. I assume you have provisions for vegetarians.
Of course. Vegan or fruit. Wait a minute. You, take him away. And impound their ship, too.
You could see there, my slingshot was still active, even though they moved my character for the cutscene. Our Icelandic boy. That's right. This is my least favorite level probably in the entire game because there's so many Clank sections. And Clank sections, they're just not that good. I don't think they are. How did she get there?
Got a girlfriend.
I will be right back.
Don't stop for anything along the way.
Look at how offended Clank is that Ratchet would insinuate that he was gonna have some sex on his way. Also, why can't Clank strafe? This is ridiculous. I think these chicken bots share a very similar design to chicken bots that are in the Ninja Turtles cartoons. Break that one too, boy. Hey! Do it. There. And now you catapult me upwards. Yeah, and I also think that for Clank, that the problem I have with his sections, other than they're just boring, I like them conceptually, and there are some that I like better than others. I think though that they never quite reach the heights of the one on the G whatever Nebula space station in Ratchet 1, because that had like the majesty of space sort of running through it, and it was really beautiful, and the music was really good. But I think Clank, he should be more mobile than Ratchet, because he still has the helicopter, and he still has, you can't activate the jetpack, but he does have the jetpack on him. And I think that you should be moving around way more and solving puzzles like that, rather than being a tiny little dude walking around. Take out that Spider-Man. Okay. And then there's this guy. Take him out, please. Destroy. He managed to get one. Now I have to wait for him to crawl back to me. Oh, come on, Gadgetbot. Come on. Also, these Gadgetbots don't have any of the ferocity of the Gadgetbots we could use in the Gadgetbot glove in Ratchet 1. This I quite like, though, that there's a lot of swapping around from Ratchet and Clank. Oh, hey! Speaking of the Zodiac weapon, here it is. And here's another weapon I don't like. Even though I use the shield a lot, I don't think that's because the shield is a good weapon. I just think certain areas are really poorly optimized, like the snow level. And so I don't really use the shield that much, but it's in that level I really like to use it, because I try to just get through that as fast as I can. I don't want to dilly-daddle too much there. Keen-eared viewers will notice that I'm using this plasma coil weapon, even though I don't like it. I do like it. I just think it sort of dumbs down the movement mechanics a bit, because you don't have to actually think too hard about it anymore. But I suppose that's also one of the changes made to combat as the game progresses, is that it takes so much more time to kill an enemy that you either use the slow weapons like this one, which require a lot of mobility, or you just go ahead and use the powerful weapons which deal with them quickly. I don't know if it's an optimization issue or if it's just a laziness issue on my behalf, but it is what it is, whatever it is. Alright, so we have to go here. Also, Clank should be able to pick up more money than Ratchet, I think. To sort of make up for how boring it is to play as him. I'm also a big fan of how the game doesn't refill my health after I swap to Ratchet, but that's also fine. Here we are. Come on! You had to kill him! Now I have to... Oh my god, now I have to go back! Yeah, and a lot of the quote-unquote depth, complexity, puzzle of the Clank levels is just this. It's just... Enemies destroy your bots and now you have to walk your ass backwards to go get them again. It's just, it's no good. Also, that was bad. Also, the jump we're about to do is really bad. Nah, we made it. It's not a good jump. As for that guy over there, he's out of the game, basically. Good news, though, is that I don't have to deal with any more enemies, so I'm pretty safe moving forwards, because I can make the little boys do it for me. Destroy. Keep destroying. I hate that I order him to destroy and he thinks he can just stop. Keep at it, dude. There. Ah, there we go. Pretty sure that's the last we have to play as Clank in this entire game. There's not a lot of him, but I think it slows down the game a bit too much. Hello again. Oh, hey, you're back! Wasn't it you who left?
Another wrench.
We're currently escaping the prison of Aranos, not Aragorn as I called it. Let's test our luck. What's in this? Seeker. That's lousy. Okay, this is something, again, this is what I want to see more of. He's like, just on the outside of a spaceship. That's so cool. One thing about the level design here, though, is that it does very much follow the Bowser approach to environmental design, where there's no actual rhyme or reason to the way levels are laid out. Like, why is there this walkway to the exterior which then loops around back into the ship? Like, it doesn't make any sense, but whatever. We can nitpick this to death.
So, did you run into your little friend out there?
I do not know what you mean.
Ah, he got lucky. I probably should be using the thruster pack for this. It's faster, but I like the helipad. Helipad better. Video gaming levels do that sometimes. I'm not sure how to feel about it. Yeah, I always like it when they go the extra mile to make the level convert to actual, like, when at no point I have to ask, how does this level work? I always like that, but it's not something that I let take me out of an experience if they don't do it. I try not to. Oh my god. That was terrible. There we go.
Hey, I know those pants.
Here's a returning fan favorite, the plumber.
Excuse us, sir. What are you doing here in this galaxy?
I can't control where things break. I just fix them.
Surely someone in this galaxy could...
Shh. I know that, but they don't. I get triple time and travel expenses.
Oh.
Ew. What's that?
Some dead burned.
Oh! I also really like his level in Ratchet 3. I think that's one of the better levels, where we're in the sewers collecting crystals. 20,000 bolts for that. Man, it's so expensive! But it's worth it, because we get a good item. But we are gonna break up the story a bit and make for a bit of weird characterization, because we are about to get a message at the end of this level that Angela Cross has been captured, and Ratchet's gonna be like, or well, Ratchet and Clank are gonna be like, no, Ratchet's gonna be like, oh no, they're gonna get her, and Clank's like, she does a terrible cat impersonation, because that's a funny joke, but instead of going to rescue her, what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna go and fetch a bunch of stuff. Come on. I had that. I totally had that. No, okay. Let's do it right. I don't want to be here forever. So yeah, it's a little cheating the narrative a little bit. Ratchet probably shouldn't be making a lot of detours to save his girlfriend, but whatever. I don't know what the function of these drills are. Why are you drilling into your own ship? Ta-da!
Ratchet, Clank, I hope this gets through to you. I'm transmitting from the Thugs for Less fleet. This ship just returned from a megacorp distribution center, and I think I found the answer to...
Hey, who's that?
Meow.
Aw. Wait a minute. What are you doing here? Sending a message to your friends, huh? Well, say goodbye, boys. Take her to headquarters.
Here comes the funny cat impersonation joke.
Whoa! Did you see that?
Yes, Angela knows how to defeat the proto-pet.
And?
And she does a terrible cat impression.
And we have to rescue her from the thugs.
Agreed. We need that answer.
And we have to protect her.
Okay. I will upload the coordinates.
I really like how it's the implication that Ratchet may have some romantic feelings towards her is played off as like Clank with that like, okay, okay, suspicious much? He can't have a little crush on her. What is this? This is where we now need to go to get the magnet. Also, I'm hoping to recoup some of my losses. It cost 20,000 bolts. Her ponytail looks like a body part, like a thick actual tail. It might be. They're all aliens. I don't know. When I think of the PlayStation 2, I mostly think of these games as Sly Cooper. Did you enjoy any of those? I love the Ratchet games. I love the Jack games. I don't have any strong feelings about Sly Cooper. I've played them all, and they didn't quite capture me like these games did. And I suppose I have to assign this tractor beam dealie here. Like this and Jack did.
Try strafing to better position objects. To strafe, hold L2 or R2 while running.
I was also never a fan of, in these games, when they have you switching to playing the sidekicks that much, because Ratchet, Jack, and Sly Cooper are all sort of sold on the premise of you're playing a cool character, and I think that's not best serviced by us having to play as the other characters a lot. And there are sections in Jack where you play as Clank, but there's so many sections in Sly Cooper where you're playing as his loser friends. Oops. And I'm not a fan of that, but I like them. I shouldn't say I wouldn't say that I dislike them.
Captain Quark, completing quality control on Super Electro Gadget. Hammer of power detecting no defects. Ratchet of Velvet. I knew this day.
All right, this guy. I don't like this guy, but more NPC interactions in these Ratchet games, please. And less of those cringy space robot cowboys. No, not cowboys, pirates. Weren't Lombaxes actually endangered? Well, so here's the thing. They just retconned that in when they did the PlayStation 3 games. That was never established in the originals. I seem to remember Insomniac saying later that Angelic isn't a Lombax, but something else really similar. They play it up in one of the later games where they're like, Lombax terrorist Angela Cross is still at large. There's some news headline or something, and then there's a news announcement, and one of the announcers goes, "Is Angela really a Lombax, or she has a tail, or she doesn't have a tail?" Is what they say, and the woman announcer goes, "Female Lombaxes don't have tails," and they make a real snarky joke about it. But I sit through that, and I was like, people go, "Oh, that's funny, that's cute." I don't think that's funny. I don't think that's cute. Because first, you just retcon her out of the games, and then, you think you can just joke up about how she's not in the games and how you just removed her from it? I don't think so. Either they're endangered, or they're not. But stop trying to poke holes into the tight world design and logic of these Ratchet games, is what I say. Lord Almighty. Does this give me good bolts? Not really. It's fine. Killing these enemies is probably going to pay off a bit more, though. And there's another bolt we can get here. Another silver or titanium or platinum bolt or whatever with the spider weapon. I like the spider weapon for what it is. But man, I don't like buying that thing. Even though I'm pretty sure you can cheese out one of the bosses in the game with that thing. I don't remember. I think it's like the boss on Snivelak. I think he takes a lot of damage from the spider or something like that. There was some ridiculous utility that thing has, which I'm not remembering. It's kind of a good thing then I didn't buy it, because I wouldn't have the first idea what to do with it if I had bought it. Oh, look at how complicated this is. First I have to move this away to move this inside, and then I have to move that inside the other one. And then there's just a heap of enemies on the other side of this wall, so probably better to equip it right away. Oh. Oh, I guess there was no enemies. That's embarrassing. Ugh. That's really embarrassing. Yeah, but it moves at our regular walking speed, so it's fine. Here we have a ton of enemies, I think. Bit deeper. There we go. This isn't the optimal setup for this, but it'll do. Come on. There we go. It's all sloppy. What's all sloppy? Looking up, they always said she was a Lombax. Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about like the stream quality or something. What is this? What is this game? Well, they turn off the lasers. That's nice. Hi guys. Again, I do this wall jump that I didn't intend to. Oh my god, Ratchet, please. Oh my god, can you just grab, boy? Is that so hard? This is... This isn't even hard, I just have to do it. There. Oh my god, why did he drop it? Oh, fine, I'll just wait for it to come back. Falling in that hole was sloppy. Yeah, it was. There. I wanted to do this fast, but the game wouldn't let me. This isn't the area with a lot of enemies. There's some enemies, not a lot. And there is the treasure of this area. The sheepinator. Sloppy Lombax lore, Insomniac, tisk tisk. Very true. Got him. I can do so much social commentary with this gun. Oh, these enemies, you mean these sheep? I probably shouldn't though, on the count of it not being that that funny. Alright, right now, I'm thinking we have what we need to take care of our friend on Uzla. And I want to do that as soon as possible because it'll help us make so much more money. Wake up, sheeple. Exactly. Exactly. There we are.
Thank you for shopping at Megacorp. Please visit us again.
Whee! Best boss in the game, everyone. I'm pretty sure it's not immune. Oh, well, maybe it is immune. And I don't have any other ammo. Huh. That's fine. We'll go buy some more ammo. That's okay. I can almost afford the good gun. No, 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 no. No, don't buy that. That's trash. We don't want it. Next, I suppose we should deplete this. Okay, I think the trick to stopping this is actually just to do a shit ton of damage. Okay, this is actually good. I wouldn't have been able to recover if he hadn't eaten me. The lava distance was a bit too great. If I failed to escape the lava in like 3 jumps, the game just kills me. Yeah, I got this. This is easy. People doubt the power of this meteor gun. It's the best thing in the game. Not really, but it is pretty good. What I don't like here, however, is that on challenge modes, I'm not able to go and fight this boss again. I think that's ridiculous. This boss is a great challenge, and sure, it can't give me the box breaker again, but it can give me like a money or something, and this is what I just acquired. This doesn't look that impressive now. I probably should have used that along where all the breakable objects were, but whatever. This is gonna help me make a lot of money because I'm just going to be able to smash my way through environments. I also have a lot of, well, I amplified my magnet range by trading that trash to that kid. I'm not doubting its power, I'm just saying it shoots ugly pew blobs. Well, okay. There are those who doubt its power. Did someone not buy ammo? Hey, I beat him, didn't I? I thought I was gonna use the sheepinator. Wake up me on the sheepinator. Ah, that's good. No, there we go. Ah, no, damn it, I forgot to upgrade again. How much raritanium do I have? Oh, I can't see it. It's lousy. Alright then, where did the ship drop to? Where did the ship go? This isn't the ghost ship version. Oh, whatever, I'll shoot this one. This isn't the ghost ship version of this fight, so he shouldn't be disappearing on me like that. Even though, like, half the ship isn't rendered in. You can. Do you want to know why, people? This is sort of interesting. This is really interesting. Hold on. It doesn't happen here, it happens here. It's because the game doesn't know what to render on top of what. Like, you'll see, it's sort of clipping through environments that are far, far away. It's the same issue, I think, as... I think there's some graphical issue with, like, the rain or something in the new GTA remaster, where the rain will legitimately just be painted on top of stuff, but it'll also be in the background, and it looks really weird. Whatever, I'm buying new stuff. This is ridiculous. I'm upgrading. And I don't remember this issue being there in the original game. Just saying. I hope I had raritanium to upgrade with. How are we? 26? I suppose I want better mines. I couldn't afford better turrets. Oh my god, I'm almost 5 hours into the stream and I'm not even done with the game yet. The rain is broken in, borked on the GTA remake. Yep. See, now it gives me this advertisement for Slim Cognito. I'm like, I was already there. Oh, I got this? Look at it. Look at all the passive damage I'm dealing to this guy. Oh, come on, don't explode. Don't crash. Stop crashing into him. Gosh. There we go. EC. Yeah, like, if you actually notice it right there, the thing is rendering inside of itself. I'm seeing two different sides of the models there. Oh no, now I need to do this to avoid getting hit. I should have bought a better shield. Nah, it's fine. Just have to throw a few more position at this. Actually, torpedoes should be fine. You gonna die? Jesus. Another mechanic I don't think makes a lot of sense is the limited thrust. It like regenerates, but I don't see why I can't thrust whenever I want to. Seems like a hassle more than a well-considered gameplay mechanic to me. Oh lordy, he's outside of my range. Hey! Hey man! You mind coming over? This is ridiculous. Artificial difficulty. Just take him outside of the fight arena. I suppose I could try to farm for some shields or missiles or something. Nah, it's far away. Should have stationed that mine a bit better. Did it! Easy. Mind coming over so I can thrust at you? Surely I didn't misspeak and say that. I don't see why I can't thrust whenever I want to. Guys! The potty mouths in chat are showing up! Nah, it's fine, it's fine. I should be more careful with the way I speak. This is also a planet I don't quite like, Snivelak. Largely, it's got to do with the final boss of the arena. But also, a lot of the enemy placements are just weird, and they feel like they were designed really quickly and then never polished again.
Does he realize he has just transmitted his exact location?
If not, he's about to find out.
Ooh, hey. Let's do some optional challenges. I like money. Come on guys, fly through my mines. Hehe. Yeah, as you can see, the mine kind of makes this a really easy challenge. You're not gonna fly through it? I almost crashed. Did you guys see that? That was insane. We're being silly. Is it silly beggars? I always thought the term was silly buggers. Isn't it like some Australian slang? Oh, just playing a wee bit of silly buggers there, mate. Don't take that terrible accent as a as an insult. I'm terrible at it. Silly beggars. Alright, Raritanium. There we go. Then there are the ghost ships. Ooh, the ghost ship. It's the exact same setup, except I think he has more health, and also... You know how I was complaining earlier that the bosses were kind of intangible? That's like the gimmick here, where it's a ghost and becomes intangible from time to time. But man, it's sometimes just hard to know when it's a ghost and when it's not. Because they screwed up the remaster. Like, now it's clearly... Okay, now it's fine. Now it's fine. I really wonder... I'm looking at it now. I wonder if they swapped the models. So, like... Oh, I didn't know I crashed into that. When I was fighting the 4 ships earlier, they were a lot more see-through than this one is when this one is in its solid mode, so I wonder if they accidentally gave us the ghost mode of the ships to fight earlier. But I don't know. Pure speculation. Alright, now you're a ghost again, so I can't kill you. Cool. Cool, man. I know I didn't time these attacks right, but I'm sort of surrounded by enemies and I don't want to shoot out a mine and have one of them clash into it. Waste of a good mine. Probably better to be behind him. Lord Almighty, could you guys leave me alone for a second? Please become tangible again. I have to do a bit of this. Okay, I think one more. One more of these. I think that should be enough. There we go. One one more. Alright, he's a ghost again. That's terrible. Can I get a shield? Not Raritanium. Can I get a shield, man? Hey, but can I get a shield? There we go. There we go. Hey, I got some torpedo ammo. That's fine. Yeah, Snivelac. One of my least favorite areas. My parents replaced it with beggars around us, kids, and now it's stuck. Oh. Look at all this money. Expect to see a lot of this in the rest of the playthrough. Hello, best weapon in the game. Okay, so the way this works is, I can shoot out one of these mines, and I can detonate it whenever. But if I hold it, then I can't move Ratchet, but I can move the mine around. I like this weapon because there's a real upper limit to, well... No, the inverse of that. There's a real, What am I trying to say? There's a real high level of skill you can get with this weapon. And it's also really powerful. Purely. No. Truly. It's the best weapon in the game. It's my favorite, at least. Alright, so you're about to see what I was talking about. Look at those helicopters. Why are they located the way that they are? You'll get a better look at them. This is terrible. Okay, there's no reason these helicopters would be located here, but for the fact that I'm gonna have to walk down there. I'm actually wondering, can I just destroy them now? Hey, I can. No, that just activates it. Does he leave completely? And what happens to it? Guys, what happens to it? Do you think he leaves or does he despawn? What happens? What happens? This is actually taking a long time. Okay, they put a bit more polish into this area than I thought. But I'm gonna activate this guy too. Lol, he also just flies straight up. Oh! Oh, what happened? It's almost like he just... I don't know, he just left. Am I asking for too much from these early 2000s kid-friendly platformers? I don't think so. I'm actually just gonna... a bit faster to just fall down. I must go now. My planet needs me. Precisely. There's another... What is this? What is this? There we go. There's another fun bolt we can get up there. But I don't think I need any more upgrades, so... What's going on here? What's happening? What is this? Could anybody make out what was happening there? Okay, you see what I mean when I say this is tactically the deepest weapon in the game? Because you have to shoot it, and you can't do anything else while you have it out there. Because then you just trigger it. So you have a lot of destructive power, but it's locked... It limits your other offensive capabilities so much that you need to really put a lot of thought into what you're doing. And they chose not to bring this weapon back in the third game. They brought back the weapon I'm using right now. Hey, they brought this back, everybody's favorite weapon. The one that dumbs down the game. Comparatively. Hey, man. One thing my weapon isn't that good at, though, is elevation. Because, again, if I want to maneuver it upwards, I can't be moving, so... You know. It's not perfect. No weapon is perfect. And now I'm dead. Alright. I love this weapon so much. And then when it upgrades, we get more mines, so it's even easier to use. But it's the good kind of easier to use, where it also has more tactical consideration to be done because your spread is so much wider. I'm not just saying that to try to backpedal on liking it for being easier. Just trying to not get hit by that laser, actually. Could you... I'm beginning to think I may need to upgrade my armor. This is getting a bit harder than it used to be. Or... No, you know what? I'm not gonna upgrade my armor. If the worst happens, I'll just buy the shield weapon. Big fan of how they can shoot themselves. Allows us to maneuver them around a bit if we're having troubles. I don't know how much of the depth the combat has, how much of it is actually intended and how much of it is just like an accident because they have so many systems going on at the same time. But I'm a big fan regardless. Oh, he died by the acid and I wasted a shot. He dies by the acid. Alright then. No armor, let's go. You say that now. I don't think this guy... Yeah, he needs to be a bit in range before he becomes aggroed. I don't think attacking him is enough to aggro him by itself. I also wonder, can he destroy... No, he can't destroy the helicopter for me. That's great. That's great. Oh my god, dude. I'm fighting you and the laser. There we go. How good would you say the remaster version is compared to the OG PlayStation 2 versions? Okay, so it's the same game, it's just the presentation is a bit wonkier. There's just little visual like hiccups here and there which weren't in the original, stuff like that. But it's like, it's 99.99, like, you're really nitpicking details when I'm saying that they screwed up the remaster. I'm not breaking that, because if I do, there'll be an electric wall raised around me with enemies that come, and I don't have the health or the ammo to survive, and there's a helicopter coming too. In fact, there are two of them! There are two of them coming that I need to be dealing with. Oh hey, now I can do the section. Get the health. Come on, health. PlayStation did too well, I can't get close. I also like these makeshift little shelters they have for themselves, and I can use too. Hey man, can I get a lock on? Thank you. There he is. Final boss of the area. Also, there is some other guys. Hey guys. Boy, it sure is nice to be here together, isn't it? I can't hit them any more than that. Oh, thank God, I almost thought I had broken the crate. Breaking the crate will open this up. So... let's do it. Whatever. Here it is, the worst boss in the game. I used to cry whenever I couldn't beat the spaceship missions. Oh, that's so sad. I just got really mad. But, you noticed earlier when I was talking about Chainblade that if you actually shoot the ammo, shoot the guns when you're inside of their models, the enemies will take a lot more damage. It is possible, with the best weapon in the game, to destroy this dude really quickly. I don't quite remember how you do it. You have to get him snagged into this bridge. I think, well, it didn't work. You have to get him snagged into that bridge, and then you can just do it and he won't be able to do anything to you. But I mean, I guess I'm not doing that. I have to do this the regular way. It's so terrible, it's so slow. Okay, some nice consideration though. He loses health when I destroy these things. If you just take a look at his health bar when I'm shooting the little drones he throws out at me. Also, he likes to shoot them at the wall. Maybe you can't see it now because I'm also shooting in his general direction. But these things, they damage him when I destroy them. Uh-huh. Gotcha. Ow. Okay, so... suppose I should... no, he's coming. I'll start over here, that's fine. Man, turret controls were never particularly nice in these games. Nah! I like this battle conceptually. And I'd be lying if I said I am not a fan of them at least going for it, but... I think that... yeah, it's just... I would have liked it better if there had been a way to destroy him without using the turrets. Like maybe some elaborate platforming challenge to collapse a tower on him or something like that. Or if there had been a better integration into your regular arsenal being able to defeat him. That's something I would have enjoyed. I think that would have made the boss better, because this is just really boring. Which is something the Ratchet game should never be. Oh, wow! Did you see that? How the launch pad just left me? Ridiculous. Why did it despawn? You don't want to throw me in a... oh, there you go. Also, if I do damage to him, this is one of the worst things about him too, is that his damage is actually in chunks. And when he takes an X amount of damage, he'll destroy the turret that I'm in. But if I do a certain amount of damage with my weapons, and then I get into a turret, it still just counts as a chunk, rather than after I've done X amount of damage in a turret. So, it's just... like, you couldn't have made him have chunks that operated on the weapon use, like the damage type, rather than just flat him losing X amount of health. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I do like, though, when he flies up and tries to catch a spaceship to throw at us, that we can shoot the spaceship before it lands and destroy it. Also, they showed Angela being captured in the little bar section on his chest. And I'm just continually shooting at that thing. So I don't know how like wisely that's set up, because assumably if I were to rescue Angela, I shouldn't be trying to destroy the robots he's captured in. But you know, maybe we shouldn't be thinking too hard about these games, guys. There we go. I'm actually trying to... I want to see him try to grab a spaceship to showcase how good I am by deflecting it. But then I don't know if I have the health to really be going for any style points. There you go. I'm also wondering how they... okay, see, here it is. He won't be able to grab one, so he'll just shoot us. I'm wondering how exactly that's coded, because I don't think... he's obviously locked to some axis of movement, but I don't know if him flying up is also locked to it, and in that case, he either has like some timer in order to hit the window of the flight path of the spaceships, or if there's just a lot of spaceships and he can or cannot catch them, or if they have code to fly into his hand. But I think it's really nicely set up regardless. See, he'll be able to do it there. Look at that. PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2. They managed to do this. But yeah, I have no idea how they did it. All I know is that I like it. It's also possible that after he flies up, that a spaceship just spawns outside of my window. Like my camera viewport. And it just flies directly into his hands. Completely possible. I already was here. No. Oh. And yeah, I think maybe if his health bar would be halved, I think that would probably make this a bit better. Because as is, this is a really boring boss that relies on the finicky, not so tight turret controls, which also happens to take a real long time. So if you screw it up, you have to do so much work all over again. Piss posh, Ace, you're thinking about things too much. Yeah, well, I guess. Alright, that teleport disappeared for some reason. That launch pad. Okay, where haven't I gone? Is there something up there? Yeah, what's this? Why are those flying things just hovering there? It's probably the electricity wall. Boop, 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 boop. Hell, I'd be thinking like a madman too if I had to do something as boring as this boss battle. No! See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. One more hit, and I think I'm dead. And we'd have to do this all over again. Alright, now where's the final turret? Ugh. Or hey, I'll take some nanotech. I'll take health. I don't think it's up here. Oh! Heavens! It is. Now we can't choke. Ah, he stationed himself really suboptimally there. Oh my god, I can feel it. I can feel the choke coming, guys. It's there. I'm gonna screw it up. I'm playing too conservatively. No! Come on, man. Oh. There we go. Whew. Whew.
You okay, Clank?
So if you die, we get more streaming time? I don't think you want that. It's just me being crazily mad at this boss for an hour.
After we free Angela.
Thanks. Now, before you run off, take a look at this. I picked it out of Lizard Boy's pocket.
Log entry 4792. Returning from Megacorp's distribution center. And beginning
First try.
decorative paperweights being stored there might actually be an enormous
One of the better levels, right there.
might explain the whole facility is guarded by ravenous mutant creatures. Their warehouse ship may hold as many as 10 million crates, and with 100
There are people who do this streaming thing for a living. I don't understand how they do it. My neck is killing me being in this position for as long as I've had to be in it.
can only mean one thing. Megacorp is up to no good.
I kind of like to call it quits, but I think there's only like an hour left, so I suppose we'll struggle through.
is in far more danger than I had imagined. Do you suppose, Mr. Fizzwidget?
We've wasted enough time on Fizzwidget already. I swear that crazy old man is not the same person I used to work for.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You used to work for Megacorp?
Yes, in the genetics division.
On the Protopet?
On fixing the Protopet's flaws. And I was this close to succeeding.
She's so much taller than him, it's adorable. Yeah, hey! Get this, gang. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart had a Lady Lombax in it. And then, just a couple of weeks later, or weeks earlier, we had Lady D, and the internet went crazy for tall women. Ah! They could have had Angela Cross reappear, and then you have a tall woman. And that dynamic, I think it would have sold a lot better than Rift Apart did. I don't think Rift Apart had bad sales, though, so maybe it doesn't matter. Ah. Right, so design-wise, this was probably the worst level in the entire game. Well, there's a snow level coming up. But the snow level, a lot of the bad crap in that level can be ignored. A lot of the bad stuff in this level is the mandatory thing. This is one of the better levels in the game. The little container factory Cloud City thing we got going on over here. Hi, sir, what's up? Oh, we're just playing Ratchet 2, you know, with the flu. Ratchet is tiny, but his hands are huge. Yeah! His hands got really... They really shrunk his hands in the subsequent Ratchet games. Like in the PlayStation 3 onwards.
The galaxy may never know, but stay tuned for more baseless speculation and crackpot theories.
Hey, so, do you guys have... Wait, what? Oh my god, the game skipped the cutscene! There's Clank... Ratchet is supposed to say, at the end of that little behind the hero segment, Ratchet is supposed to say, well, no more Quark! And then Clank says, good, it's time for some RoboShack. Or something like that. And, this is ridiculous. Why is the game just skipping over my cutscenes? I will not listen to any mean words against snow levels, any snow levels. Look. Look. We'll get there. You'll see. But yeah, so hey gang, why do you think the game has had this running through line of whatever happened to Quark going on? Do you suppose maybe this Quark character, maybe he's gonna show up again? Surprise, he does. Also, I think Quark's appearance at the end of the game, I think that was a late addition. It feels like that to me, because all of those little cutscenes where we're watching behind the hero, they're not actually fitted onto the main narrative. It's always like optional little stuff that happens in the loading screens. And it feels to me like they made the decision and then had to incorporate Quark into the plot. Came up with the idea of using the behind the hero subplot, and then used that to justify, like used that to build up his presence through the game so that the final reveal, he'd still be in the player's memories. I don't know exactly if that's the case, but that's how it feels to me. Not complaining though. I actually think I don't think they should have gone with Quark at the end. I think the game would have been stronger if it had been Mr. Fizzwidget. I don't know about subsequent games though, because maybe you kind of want Quark in these games more, whatever. But I think it should have been Mr. Fizzwidget and Megacorp that were the bad guys all along. But if you're going to incorporate Quark into the plot, I think the way they did it was quite clever. Especially considering they probably did it fairly like into development after a lot of the other elements of the story couldn't be moved around any. So, good execution, not so happy with the premise. I don't dislike the premise, I think it would have been maybe a bit stronger without him. Where did level tropes go? Hey, yeah, let's talk about that for a moment. This is a shipping this is a shipping container level. What is up with that? And then earlier we were in a bad evil planet. And before that we were in a prison level, and there was a city level. It was a lot of these wonky, weird themed levels. I'm a big fan. Bring them back. Look at that texture just popping in and out. That's nice. It's really cool. Hey, it's the electrolyzer. It's my least favorite behind spider caves. Oh, I like spider caves though. If you ever play Jack and Daxter, the Precursor's Legacy, there's a great spider cave in that one. It's a really open level. And it also has a lot of really claustrophobic little side tangents to go on. It's really good. Incoming! Get down!
What the?
Hello,
Ratchet and Clank.
you lucky devil.
Angela Cross.
Has just sent you a galactic greeting.
Guys, if you get this message, please meet me on my home. Just so you know, I found my old ID badge. I'm pretty sure we can still use
I don't understand exactly the economics of this message, because I don't think it's any more, I don't think it saves a lot of time having this pre-recorded greeting and goodbye message that she just injects names into, but whatever.
That Angela is quite resourceful.
Yeah, she thinks of everything, doesn't she?
She also appears to be in great danger.
It was an impressive Clank impression I did at the beginning of the level. Why, thank you. Always wanted to be a little nerdy robot. Speedrunners, they like to... So, I don't know exactly how it works for them. They can walk up this. My thinking is they don't have the grind boots in the runs that they do. So they can just walk up it, and then they have to use the charge boots to navigate the rest of the area because it's faster. That to me sounds insane. Your description of spider caves makes them seem less desirable? No, it's like there's one section where it's complete darkness and you have to punch crystals to get like some weird green ambient light, and it's not quite bright and you can barely see in front of you, but it's a really strong section of that game. I highly recommend it. You can't see anything and there's so many dangers, and it's also really it's an enclosed space, and there's so many ways you can fall down and just be eaten by enemies. But it's so good. I think you'd like it. Oh my god, I keep going in the wrong direction. Okay, let's do this for real this time. There. Boom. Easy. It was easy. Also the part where you get to the big robot. I love the big robot. Like lurkers on drilling equipment or something? I don't quite remember. It's been a couple of years since I last played Jak and Daxter. Probably when I'm done with the Ratchet quadrilogy, I'll start streaming the Jak games. This is really generous of the game. These platforms collapse, but if I'm grabbing on it... Jesus, man. He spawned out of nowhere. Then it won't collapse. There's another one of these guys. Oh no, the meteor gun is terrible. I shouldn't keep ragging on the meteor gun. We had this conversation, I know. there we are. Wow, we sure are making good money. It's a shame I'll have to spend so much of it buying the infobot. Well, not infobot. Bribing that one-headed scorpion guy for his planet. This setup, this entrance, this always reminds me of the setup to the sewer level in Jak 2, where you walk in, the lights begin to flicker, there are like 3 metal heads there, and then I think you walk straight and then you take a turn into the water. I feel like Acer was a meteor gun salesman in his previous life. Hey now! Step up, step right up, folks. See the amazing, fantabulous, miraculous meteor gun. Cures what ails ya. Wish you could explain the fantastic layout and mechanics to child me while I buy it on my PlayStation 2 controller. Yeah. That's the thing though, so many of my favorite levels and areas and weapons in games that I used to play as a kid, so many of my favorites now are the ones that I really disliked when I played them then. And the stuff that I did like, very little of that actually does come through. Like, this used to be my favorite gun. I think it's... like, I don't like it after it's been upgraded. This used to be my least favorite gun. Now it's my favorite. And I used to hate horror games. I used to think everything should be smiles and sunshine, and Ratchet and Clank. Now I love horror games, and I think everything should be horror and not sunshine, but still Ratchet and Clank. Stop with this. Here's a great section. Remember earlier when I said I just want a game that's about this. And if nobody makes it, I'll make it. I'll call it Robot and Creature, and you'll be playing a creature and a robot. Name is an homage to Ratchet and Clank, and this will be a very eminent mechanic. Everyone thinks it's lame, but it's super awesome. Please buy it. Hey man, hey man, hey man! What are you doing, dude? There's a lot more enemies here, but I also like these environmental hazards. They're just like giant tankers of like oil or whatever. Ah! I wasn't aligned properly. So now we have to do the whole thing over again. But that's okay, because I really like this part of the game. Once you think about it, Ratchet and Clank is a horror game. I don't think so. I'd say Jak has a couple of more horror elements than Ratchet does. I don't think Ratchet has any, really. But twist, the robot is the main character and the creature is the sidekick with the jet part. Okay, so I've actually... this isn't just a random pitch that I made. I've actually thought about this. The robot is the big creature with a thrust, and the way it works is the core gameplay would be about collecting batteries and energy in order to be able to do these sorts of jumps to the next areas. And if you ever run out of batteries, then you would have to start playing as the little creature, which would be on your back, and you'd have to roam around the environment trying to scavenge around for batteries, or taking your taking the cord from the robot and plugging him into a charger or something. And it would be about the two of them working together to get to like some promised land, all the while traveling through a desolate wasteland of like destroyed skyscrapers and stuff like that. I don't know if I will actually make this game, but I've thought about it a lot. Robot and creature sounds like a shovelware Ratchet and Clank clone. Yeah, kinda. Now you mention it. Hey man, did you know that you're glitched into the floor? That's crazy. I'll leave you to think about that. Sounds like a mix between Banjo-Kazooie and Nier. I'm in. Yeah, I think that would be a good way to put it. Okay, that pitch is actually sounding pretty cool. Thank you. Look at this. I got to the top of this thing and you're not even supposed to be here. So let's go down. I don't want to disrespect the game designers.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You do me a favor.
Sorry. It's just, I thought you were one of them.
Dear, dear, what I'd give for even an ounce of their feral ignorance.
A burden often accompanies.
You like the twist of a jet-powered propulsion creature?
No, the torment of it all.
I understand.
Oh, the story is the robot learning to feel empathy or something. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Something like that. Something for the critics.
But may I first humbly request...
And there's no dialogue in it, because that makes it a bit more artistic. Look at this! 40,000 bolts! I want to buy my own things, man! Whatever. He also just ate it. He ate it.
For those who've spent the past week in hypersleep, the Protopet is Megacorp's wildly popular bioengineered pet. Adorable, non-allergenic, and housebroken, fans of the creature have dubbed it the perfect companion.
Oh no, you know what? The story, it begins with a little creature being separated from its parents, who are like migrating north or somewhere, and it falls into like a ravine or a crater where it finds the robot in an abandoned workshop, and the robot has just been plugged into an electrical socket for like 1,000 years, and the robot hasn't been able to move, and the creature manages to because the robot couldn't move because it was plugged in, and they two have to work together, and the creature manages to free the robot, and the robot promises to take the creature to wherever its species migrates to. Maybe the creature is like a bird with a broken wing or something like that. Something to really, really get the critics just, ooh, that's the good stuff. This is the planet I'm talking about. Oh, the Tundor Wastes, huh? Whatever, we'll do it. A lot of game design, I think, is just figuring out how to best manipulate the critics. Look at this. Ratchet, do it again. Oh, he has a specific idle animation for this place. I love it. Alright. Dingus Bingus over there. He won't remove the rock unless we give him some moonstones. So let's do that, and let's put this snow level love of peoples to the test. Oh, what is this? Whoa, hey boys. Boy, there sure are a lot of you. What, and you don't stop chasing me either, huh? Oh, and there's also just this giant, crazy laser beam monster. Gee, that's fun. Wow, it sure does eat through my most powerful weapon. It sure does take. It sure does take. Like 13 shots to bring it down. There we go. Looks nice though. I will say that. Uh-oh. Stop hitting me, please. I think I need to give him 13 moonstones or 9? I don't quite remember. Specifics elude me for a bit. Hey, what's happening? Also, yeah, I don't like that this thing is immune to lock-on. I don't want to be shooting at these Yetis. I want to shoot it. I do like, though, that the moonstone crystals break much quicker than the desert crystals did. Makes it much easier to collect them and just dip. Got it. I still got it. Sure, all those things suck, but look at all the snow. This fetishization people have with snow. Snow is fun for like 2 days, but then it just gets wet, and it stops being fun, and it just becomes cold and wet, and it sucks. People who live in warm climates, they don't know how good they have it, let me tell you. Alright, that's done. I also don't like that they just jump out in front of me like that. Alright, I think I've cleaned out this area. I have not been indoctrinated into the cult of snow worship. Oh.
Oh, man. It won't budge.
Violence is...
You know, this Ratchet guy, he has a bunch of powerful weapons. But he thought it's a good idea to try to push the boulder.
For the rock to move, the forces of the universe must align.
So, can we make these forces align?
It stays fun when it's on a nice Norwegian mountain or something. Like if you're on a skiing trip, maybe.
May yet guide these wayward forces.
I think it's 9. Ooh! I know the game inside and out.
Your arrival with the moonstones is most fortuitous, for it is in this very moment that I am able to move the rock.
Gee, what a coincidence.
Thank you.
That's the leader.
Most helpful. Your gratitude is comforting, child. I have also found a piece of something called a hypnomatic. You may have it in exchange for more moonstones.
Wait, I thought you had no need for material possessions.
Please, do not lay your burdens upon me now. I am weary from lifting the rock, and I must rest.
I don't know, this guy. Alright, this is one section that I think should have been the levitator part. One thing I don't like about the levitator is that it's not incorporated into more conventional levels. So I would have liked to levitate around this old abandoned snow mine and then have a few walking sections in between too. I think that would have been a fun level. But instead, I'm just trying to dodge these collapsing icicles, and then there's lava, and it's just like, ugh. I do really like the environmental design here, but I think because the nature of the glider forces you to pay so much attention to everything around you, that, well, to the gameplay portions of it at least, that it kind of hinders your ability to take in that we just moved through a really beautiful area. I think. Every time. Every time. Every time, huh? See, why? Ugh. These are the crazy powerful little enemies. I don't like them because they're so small and tiny, but they're also super powerful. Much like Ratchet himself, actually. Also, I don't quite get this level because it's super short. Suppose they wanted to just diversify the area a bit, but I don't know. But I do know those crates gave me a lot of bolts, so that's good. The enemies aren't giving me that much though. That sucks. Look at how poorly the early weapons, early game weapons are doing against them. Whatever. We're out now. When it's covering the road work around Oslo Airport and grows in wet and all that, then sure, it can get lost. Yeah, but that's 90% of the time though. That's the that's the normal state of the snow. This sort of beautiful crackling romantic snow people have in their heads, it's a fantasy. It's not real. I'm not even cynical here. I'm just saying as it is. People want to live in the make-believe world of cool snow. Oh boy, it sure is nice to have my camera snacked behind that thing. Also, to have half of my health depleted in one attack. Ridiculous. Alright then. Look at this. Oh, I forgot. This weapon... Oh, well, I managed to kill it. Nice! Look at this! Look at this! Look at what I have to deal with! Do I have enough? Or is it more? 16! Ugh. I didn't even buy any more ammo! Snow worship. Just how much, like, can I? Why don't my weapons do any damage? Also, can this guy come out already? There we go. Like, what happened there? I didn't rotate the camera. It just got snagged behind some piece of geometry because a dude decided to come out of the snow. Ah, well, I got a bit of a help there. Please, just, can I please just get the crystal, please? And there's an endless supply of them too, that's the thing. You can't even be tactical and like take them out, they just keep coming, you have to run away. There's no reason to stick it out any longer. Come on, I just need one more, man. What is this? What is this? People keep telling me I'll get sick of snow once I move from the UK to Norway, so maybe I'm just stubbornly going to prove them wrong. I'll have you know that reading your message is why I missed that. I don't know, I think snow is the same everywhere. I think it's always just terrible and I don't like it. I like the sun. There we go. Let's see how far I can stretch this run before the snow gremlins kill me. Right, if I remember correctly, the silver bolt is right around here too, so maybe I'll get that. I think it's just here? Nah, it's not here. Somewhere else. If I had gone to the other planet first, I could have gotten the mapper, or the Map-O-Matic, or whatever it's called. It reveals the secrets of the maps to me. Also, if you're wondering why I'm not actually collecting the crystals, I'm just letting them sort of stick around. It's because they'll come. They will come. Well, provided I'm not killed by these guys. There they all are. Well, that's it. I'm done. The snow level can have itself.
Hello?
Sun is okay in moderate amounts, definitely overrated though.
You have not. What?
Continue the interest. Prove them wrong.
Sensations are illusions.
Yeah, I mean, look, whatever. Oops. Almost destroyed my setup here. Whatever, man. Whatever floats your boat is fine. Some people like the snow, some people like the sun. Some people just know better than others, but that's okay. We can all set our own boundaries.
And riches shall be your reward.
We had 17 degrees Celsius 2 days ago. I think I had enough of the sun. That's not that much even, though. 17 degrees Celsius. Damosel. Next planet. Okay, so here's a question. Anybody out there think I can make $1 million in the game before the end? So that I can buy the Rhino 2. Give you all a showcase of how it works. I don't think so. Not with this this drop rate. I think there's also a skill point here for doing this without losing any health. I don't think there's any grind rail section, one of these massive grind rail sections in the game that doesn't reward you with a skill point for doing it clean. I really like how, with the grind rails, how they're integrated into the environments. So, right now, we're traveling on actual monorail tracks. Earlier I think we were just running on power lines and stuff. I think in Calipo on Ratchet 1, I'm pretty sure that one was sewer pipes, but like little thin yellow sewer pipes, I don't quite know. But yeah, I really like that. They're not just weird bars sticking out, except for those times that they are, like in Battaglia in Ratchet 1. And then in Ratchet Gladiator, the gloves are off. They're just there to create interesting gameplay challenges. There's no pretense of these being like parts of the world in any capacity whatsoever. Yeah, and the no damage run here is made really easy by the shield, because when you upgrade it, you can get it to do zappy electricity attacks on everything it touches. This one I don't like. I don't like this here jump. I think it's poorly communicated. I think the this thing should have been raised a bit higher, and it should have naturally let into this area, or it should have spit us out on another piece of track that ended here naturally, rather than us having to jump at it. Little Jack and Daxter call back.
Sorry.
You have found all of the hip.
Oh, it's there. Right, so here's the next optional giant Clank battle. Final one in the game, there's only 2. And there's only one optional, the first one is mandatory. And this one, I like this one a lot better. And I think you'll see why pretty quickly. Ow. Dude. So the gimmick here is we have to destroy these little robots, and that'll bring the mothership down to spit out a few more. And we have to then destroy them. And have the mothership give us a few more. And some people say, oh, well, that's not actually that interesting. But there's a second phase to this. I actually think this is pretty interesting. It trades in the sort of Godzilla giant robots in the city battling motif of the previous Giant Clank section, in favor of him as sort of this weird protector of this strange tiny planet. And the second phase I think is really good too. During these sections, I should note that the reason I am trying to do more punches is because they just deal more damage. But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just play it smart rather than try to play it fast. Dude, could you, hey, thanks, man. Alright, time to do a bit of healing now, I think. Don't you think? Yeah, that's what I think. Can I please break this? Lord! I also like the design of those little robots. They look like goofy Roswell alien UFOs. But with these weird electrical generating arms and legs. Got a lot of time for these designs. Alright, this is phase 2, I think. Yeah, this is phase 2. And you'll notice Clank can also do a bit of strafing of his own. Look at this! Look at how cool this is. We're actually supposed to jump away from it because he's electrified right now, but I don't really care. Hey man, stop with the electricity. I suppose that was signaling for me to actually get off. That it's not enough that I don't care, I have to care. Oh, is that it? But yeah, I got a lot of time for this boss battle. I think this is way better than the first Giant Clank section. And I quite like that one too, so... I feel like we're in a rave or something. Look at his eyelids. Again with this. Ah, it's so painful. So painful. Snail is a great game, but my PC is too weak to play it properly. No, it isn't. The problem is that I optimized it horribly. What will happen after you meet the knight? The game happens, of course. There's a lot of story. I don't really want to spoil it in chat for people who haven't played it, but I'm thinking of doing a video in the not too distant future about things I would have done differently with my game and sort of lessons learned moving forwards. But the knight, if you're talking about the knight, I think you're talking about the Crow Knight. That's a completely optional encounter. You don't need to talk to him. Spoilers pan. There we go. Wasn't trying to shoot. Accidentally tapped the button. Alright, now, look. Okay. Look what I'm talking about here. I just zoom through the level. Oh, what's this? A combat challenge with a lot of enemies in it? Nah. Nah. I don't need that. I'll just move through the level. Time to just zip through the level with no care whatsoever to the challenge the developer laid out. Boom. Oh, the Lex kicked me. Did you see that? Oh, there's some guys over there. I don't really care. Oh, there's some guys over there. Yeah, I'll just destroy them too. This is what I'm talking about with this gun, the community's favorite gun. Oh my god, that took so much time to sort of angle myself properly on that. I think it's a fun gun in certain instances. This is a really fun gun to fight the Mechapede with, but for the most part, I think it just kind of dumbs the game down, which I don't like. I think it's good to have it there for people who are maybe a bit newer at these games, so that they have a sort of entry point into the combat while they're dealing with the enemies. I can freeze this water, by the way, and then I can grind over to get that bolt. But I'm not really using those upgrades that I talked about, so I don't really care. And there's also a skill point here if I save all of the civilians, which obviously I'm not gonna get. I mean, I kind of killed a few of them myself. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the weapons that make the game a bit too easy. I like that they're there. I think they have a place in the game. But I don't really like them. Even though I probably will be using them somewhat, because there are places where they're really useful. Yeah, I mentioned my regret for not putting a save button in. That's a funny story about Snail. When I was playtesting it, I was clocking it in like 20 minutes. And I assumed that the way I had designed it, it was good for like 30 to 40 minutes. So it was a single sitting game. That's how I had conceptualized it. But as it turned out, it was a couple of hours longer than that. So if I had had that knowledge going in, I would have had a save function. And I have thought about patching one in, because I have now coded a save function for my next game that I think I can incorporate into Snail. I'd probably have to spend like a week fine-tuning it, because I'm using ini files, I believe they're called. Oh, fuck this. I'm just gonna destroy this. I'm using ini files, I think, to use save. I don't quite remember. It's been a few weeks since I made it. And I can't reach. Fine. And that means I have to code individually which parts of the game should get saved. It's a little bit of Jack and Dax, Jack 2 endorsement there. But I think I could dump it into Snail without much of a fuss. Because it is such a small game, it wouldn't take much to... Could these legs disappear, please? They have crazy long hitbox. Dude! Jesus. Oh. So yeah, I probably could put a save function in if I ever were to go back to that game. Which I might. I might, like, when it comes time to finish my current game, I've actually thought about re-releasing Snail with, like, the new mechanics that I've created and just more of a solid sort of director's cut, if you will, even though I directed both versions. Because I think that with the hindsight of playtesting and people's feedback, I know which parts work and which don't, and I want to fine-tune things just a little bit, just a little bit. And there's also a spelling error very early on in the game, which I only learned about a couple of weeks ago. There's a part where a character, well, in the tutorial, my avatar is the tutorial avatar, and he tells you, hey, why not go fetch that bunny over there, to try to teach you interacting with enemies and NPCs. But it comes out as, why no fetch that bunny? And it feels like one of those 2010 9gag memes where it's like, why you know funny or something like that. It's a lousy example. This is a crazy character.
Very sleepy.
Customer. You, sir, look like...
Oh, Jesus! I get what you mean. I'm somewhat of a game programmer myself. The story of Snail is amazing, bro. Thank you. I'm happy you liked it.
Do not even think about it.
Yeah, the knight, not his name.
To take control of the robot.
Yeah, I'm really happy that because I had no expectations of making a good game right off the bat. I think game design, like, however much you think you know about it, you don't really know it until you start doing it. And I've made games before. I've been, like, making games since I was a kid, but this is the first time I released something, and I'm very happy that I got the positive feedback that I did get, because this could have very easily been a disaster. Alright, let's see. 170,000 bolts. We're not gonna get a million. This is not a Rhino 2 run, unfortunately. Let's go back to Grelbin. I programmed one visual novel. I'm literally Ubisoft. But that's the thing, though. For all the people who aspire to game design, how many actually decide to teach themselves how to program? So immediately you are in that elite minority of people who do that. Because you are better than 90% of game designers, or wannabe game designers, because you know how to program. And if you can finish a project, then again, how many game designers know how to do that? And this isn't a joke question. How many people, like, knowing how to release something and not work on it forever, this is actually a skill. And if you manage to finish a visual novel, then you are immediately in the upper 1% of game designing elites. Alright. I think I need to rearrange the way I'm sitting here. I'm all cramped together like some sort of pillow. I like the sound effect he makes when he swaps bodies.
Wow, wow, wow.
I also like that we can loot a fair bit of money from this segment of the game. Yeah, I'm not just I will do it, I did it. Yeah. I think that's very important for people who want to be in these sort of creative endeavors to get a hold of, is that just being able to do it immediately, you're in the upper echelon. And if you want to do something in the creative fields, like you don't have to be Kojima. Like you don't have to win 50 Game of the Year awards every year. It's enough that you just have people who like the work that you do, or it's really enough that you just like the work that you do. You know what? I don't need to kill all these proto-pets. This is a good cutscene when you have big head mode on because her head peeks through the window, through the door.
Little remnant from my previous life.
Development is easy, production is hard. Production is a nightmare. Yeah.
My Megacorp days. They've got a very generous bonus package.
I'm just never really fully able to understand it, and well, hold on. I just never really could able to fully understand it at a capable level. I tried to program in uni, but I sucked at it and barely scraped my computer science degree. Yeah, I don't think it's for everybody. And if you don't enjoy doing it, I don't think it's something you should pursue. Like beyond doing simplistic stuff. This game owns. Are you playing on emulator? Nope, this is the PlayStation 3 version.
Mommy, where do proto-pets come from?
You can answer with confidence. They come from Megacorp.
The beauty of art is you can always make the next one. Yeah. Like a 9 out of 10 that you can get out there is infinitely more valuable than a 10 out of 10 that's stuck in development hell because you keep needing to do more with it.
20% off a complete service at Groovy Lou.
Oops.
Haha! How hilarious! She gave us her coupon accidentally.
I'll meet you there.
Sure you want to split up?
No, Megacorp's orbital defenses are nasty. With 2 ships, there's a good chance at least one of us will get through.
Good thinking.
Just be careful. Should have been careful. Hilarious. This... I'm a fan of this, even though it's a lousy implement. Like, you don't need this in the game. The way this works is you go here, and you go digging up for raritanium. Meanwhile, these assholes are still attacking me. Look at that, guys. I got 1 raritanium. And it's just... like, this didn't need to be here. And I don't like it. But it's optional, so I'm like... This probably makes somebody have some enjoyment, so I like it. Alright. Hot take. We're going to a terrible final planet. Arguably the worst final planet in the original Ratchet quadrilogy. This game has probably the strongest selection of levels in the entire franchise. Maybe the first one is better at this. But it has really strong levels. This is not one of them. I think this is a really weak level, all things considered. I think it's terribly themed. I think the challenges are mostly uninteresting. And I think it's too much about this stuff. This new gimmick that we got 10 minutes ago, yeah, no, that's the central gameplay feature of the entire game for another 5 minutes. And then it's just weird combat gauntlets. Would have liked it better if it had been a bit more straightforward, like the final level to Ratchet 1 was. I will say though that the enemies here are a bit better than they are in 3. Also 3 has that terrible Tyrannoid chit-chat game going for itself. But yeah, the enemies in 3 really become hit spongy by the end. Enemies here kinda do that, but I feel like they're a bit more manageable. Can I please just move? Could you guys stop? I also think maybe the reason people like this gun is because the protopets are a real hassle to fight, and the plasma coil makes it a breeze to deal with them. So I think the game, just because there is an enemy that is really optimized to be killed with this gun, I think the game just sort of accidentally incentivized players to use that gun more, and so they assigned to it more sentimental value than maybe it deserved. If they had better challenges, and they would have done more experimentation with the more interesting guns. Like me right now. Come on, man. There we go. See what I mean? Like, they don't quite become hit sponges. And I feel like they also get good knockback, which is important for these enemies, which is surely missing from 3. The enemies, the late game enemies in 3, you just empty half your gun into them and they just don't care. Some will say raises the skill ceiling. I will say, nah, it's just lousy. Alright, so this is the final part we get to play with this little robot guy. I hope you all enjoy it. Where is the button? Is it in here? Oh no, it's here. But I need to finish off the enemies first. Oh, there's a protopad here. Ta-da! What's your favorite Ratchet game overall? It's this one. It has the least amount of terrible things in it. I'll decide to be the person who enjoyed it? Wow. So yeah, there you go. They made it for you. There's no, wait a minute. That's not where the protopad is. This is where the guys are. The protopad is where the ice water is. That's right. Here's a weird design thing they did. Bloop. Bloop. I don't know. I don't know why this is magnetized. I don't hate it, but I don't know. Alright, now I'm out of ammo. Probably there's a few too many of these enemies here. Here's the protopets. No wait, this wasn't the ice level, that's later. Dynamo. That's a glowing endorsement. It has the least amount of terrible things. Okay, so here's the thing. all the Ratchet games are really good. So when you're saying which is the best, you're not saying this one is better, because they're all good. Right? You can make a solid case that any of them is the best in sort of the aggregate. So if you want to say which is the best one, I think you have to say which one does the least amount of bad things. Because no game, they all do some things that maybe aren't perfect. Oh god, can they hit me? I don't think so. They all do some things that don't quite hit. Which is okay, because they don't need to be perfect. But I think for Ratchet 2, it comes together just as a tighter package than the other ones. Okay, so this is another sort of really video gamey thing they do, where they give us like an opportunity to use every gadget that we've acquired throughout the experience as like the ultimate test. Could you come down a bit? I'm trying to do something here. Alright, there we go. Up. But like, this really comes out to me as, what is this room? What is this room that just has these flying platforms in it? I don't know. I wouldn't design that. You wouldn't put that in my base. Come on, come on. There we go. I think this is a checkpoint. Or maybe it isn't, I don't know. Also, another issue I have with the electrolyzer in the way it's designed is that it's a puzzle which becomes easier the further you get into it. Okay, see, here's the tractor beam part. We can move a pillar, swing around this thing, and get the bolt over there. Probably should just use this. I really like that, like, why the other pillars, they also have, like, a tractor beam looking sort of emblem on them. I think that's fun, but... like, they went through the extra mile when they were designing this little room to hide it. Even though we can clearly see the grind rails outside. You know what? You just... yeah, that's good. Right, so we're very nearly at the end right now. Anybody have something fun they want to talk about before we all go our separate ways again until next year?
This is it, the protopet duplication room.
I'm sorry I'm late.
I like the way her little model was stuck there at the edge of the frame.
Let's see if this thing works. She is trying to tell us something.
Bye now. Enjoy the hygienator. Remember, you bought it from Steve. Steve McQuark. Indeed. Now that I've sold my 1 millionth hygienator, I can finance the comeback of the greatest superhero who ever lived, Captain Quark! All I need now is a new galaxy
with a new fan base so I can rescue them from a new disaster.
Bum 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 bum. Just back from food and wow, the game's over pretty quick, eh? Yeah. Any thoughts on VR? It's something you're interested in? Yeah. I don't know about VR because I've never played it, but it sounds pretty cool to me. Ah, there's a little swear there. It sounds really cool to me, and I'd like to play it, but I don't know how. I don't know how you get to mass VR adoption unless you package it with the consoles. And to do that, I kind of feel like they need to get the price down. I don't think $400 VR attached to $400 consoles is, I don't know how well that's gonna go. And I don't know if that install base can be large enough to actually warrant making big games for it. But the way they do it now, where they just have optional VR modes in other games, like Resident Evil, they created that Resident Evil 4 VR, that stuff, that I think is pretty interesting. I also think this is something the indie game community is going to fiddle around with for a while before the AAAs really decide to throw a lot of money at it. Favorite tortoise? They're all good. This was fun. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, everyone. Oh no, it's the cutscene thing again, where we could have easily beat those robots. Yeah! Right? Look at this, those floppy antennas his remote there has.
Render every protopet in the galaxy completely harmless. Allow me to demonstrate.
Those are some loyal robots, let me tell you.
It used to. I could probably fix it.
Come on, Clank. Let's get it back.
Final boss, everyone. I suppose I'll do one more stacking up of ammo for rounding up the experience. See what I mean? Just a circular platform and you just... Hey, lock on. You just strafe. Oh god, please don't break my lock on. I don't want to be fighting the protopet babies. There we go. Oh wait, they survived? Oh. There we go. Up. Oh! Ooh, what does this mean? Did I turn off his room breaking thing? I did. Cancelled. I must be pretty good at this game. Ta-da! Quark has floppy antennae. That's true. Not even being round. This feels like Spyro. How so?
It's okay. This is the real mystery.
Because it's made by the same company? See, I don't like this. I think this should have just been the Mr. Fizzwidgets all along. I think it sort of undermines the hyper-materialist world they live in, that actually the bad guy is just a bad guy from the first game again. And I think Ratchet's arc from the beginning comes together much better if at the end he realizes his thirst for adventure rendered him susceptible to being used by bad forces rather than it all turns out okay because the bad guy wasn't the bad guy, and Quark just gets a job with Megacorp for some reason.
Transponders, and that should cure the other protopets.
Clank?
Look at this.
Oh. It's okay. I can fix her. I promise.
Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank. I don't remember how the ending thing goes. But yeah, that's Ratchet 2. That's the best Ratchet game, everyone. I think. I'm actually gonna just we don't need to watch these credits. We don't need them.
So, what do you like to do for fun?
Look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
What's he promising to do to Clank? Also noticed how Ratchet is also afraid of his girlfriend.
He was working at Megacorp.
So, you fellas new here? You boys should sign up for the new Thematic. That little baby cleans you something
I forgot how the end boss of Ratchet and Clank 2 was so short compared to some others. Yeah! Is that Titus from Final Fantasy X? That's James Arnold Taylor, baby!
Alright then. Catch you later.
Subject 23A. Please report immediately.
Ratchet's oversized helmet.
Well, duty calls. Alright, fellas. Nice and tight now.
What are they testing there? What is this?
Oh, wait. That's why I'm here. Oh, one more thing.
These weird crotchetizer technologies the Ratchet and Clank games have going for themselves. I don't know, this seems problematic to me to put in a kid's game. Was glad I could come by and watch the stream. Ratchet and Clank 3 in 2023 then, eh? I suppose. Welcome back to Behind the Hero. I'm not actually going to replay the whole game. I just want to sign off on a better note than fizzling out there at the credits. Ratchet checking in, sir. Yes, move. Oh, here's something that I don't like about these games. Let's do a bit of challenge mode, just so I can show you things that I don't like. Why do you reset my my quick select menu? Why do I have to refit this every time I play? That's not good. Also, let's see, we'll do this in a bit. Move quickly. Why do you scale up the money so much rather than just make the upgraded weapons cost less money? Why are they dropping? Also, like, the money counter at the top. We don't need that. I know that people think it's fun, but you don't actually need it. It doesn't do anything for the game. I think the pre-game economy is fine, and the counter, ironically, it's a bad implementation because you get it for killing more enemies, and it resets when you lose health, but what it does, it just makes you take in more and more money, which gives you access to the big guns faster. So it's rewarding good play by making the game easier, which I think is not that great of an implementation. Sadly, I wasn't able to upgrade my weapon fully, but that's often the way things are. I will show you now what I was talking about in the beginning of the video, though. Let's just zip really fast through this so I don't have to... Hey, man. Out of my face. Oh, wow. It does that thing that I just talked about? Great. Whatever. Let's... You know what? Let's do some cheap tactics for this level. I don't really mind. Oh, wow. Well. That's fun. Okay, let's actually play through it so I can show you what I wanted to show you, because it is really funny. Come on, guys, die. Thank you. Die. Also, I think I'm giving you a really good showcase of how this game really just makes the game a lot easier. Compare the end game to the zippy movement I had in the beginning of this video, and it's night and day. Okay, here's what I was talking about. Look at this! I think this is really fun. But yeah, that's Ratchet and Clank 2. Thank you everybody for showing up. And I don't know. Is there something something left unsaid? Anything? Any questions? Anything? It's a bit of a delay, so I'll wait. I guess not. So Ratchet and Clank 3 stream will happen next year then, or maybe this December. I always try to do these streams in December, but I'm always not able to. I'm gonna go get some coffee. You should probably find something to do yourselves. And I hope you'll stick around. We have a lot of good stuff coming up. I have a really in-depth conversation about Kingsfield I'm going to be releasing in a few days. And then I'm doing the Sekiro commentary. I'm currently 2 hours into the script. I don't know how much rewriting is going to be necessary to get that thing to where I want it to be, but I'll see that after I finish the first draft. Otherwise, I hope you all take care. Hope you all have a good one. I am Acer Aesthetics, and thank you all so much for watching. Bye-bye.